Chapter 1. The Letter Without Words. You sit alone in the quiet shop, the light dimming through the dusty glass windows. Tommy has been out since early this morning. He said there's a new lead on Down Street, but that's not what's bothering you. No, it's the book on the table. Old, frayed cover, musty smell in the pages, and the letter hidden between the faded letters. It had no name, no date, no sender, just strange symbols. Like a prank by someone who knew you would find out. You thought the world of espionage was just a distant memory, something you left behind after the war. Now it's back. Uninvited. You translate each line using a simple cipher, the reverse Caesar method, as if someone was deliberately trying to let you crack it. The pieces are set. Don't trust your shadow. Meet where the light doesn't reach. A chill ran down your spine. This was no game. This was real. You call Tommy. No answer. No ring. No signal. The last time you heard him, Tommy's voice had changed, like he was being forced to stay calm. You open the drawer. The little gun is still there. You don't think you'll ever need it again. But people like you, people who have been in the dark, never leave it completely. You leave the shop, the letter in your pocket. Outside, the London fog is thick, mixed with the sound of wheels on stone and the smell of smoldering coal. Someone is watching. You know the feeling, like a gaze through your back. Never wrong. Perhaps this is the price of memory, closed cases. Spies thought to have disappeared, but the past, it is not dead. It's just waiting for you to open the right book. Chapter 2. The Man in the Mist. You turn into the alley behind the old bookstore, where the streetlights barely reach. The oil lamp in the corner glows a pale, flickering light, as if it's about to go out. You listen. The footsteps behind you have disappeared, but that doesn't reassure you. The best know when to stop. On the street, you see a man leaning against a gas lamppost, tall, in a gray raincoat, a wide-brimmed hat that covers most of his face. In one hand, he holds a pack of cigarettes. In the other, he quietly plays with a silver lighter. You slow down. Don't ask questions. Don't rush. Waiting is a skill you learned in your early days working with Tommy, when every word could be a trap. Finally, he spoke. His voice hoarse. The brunette opened Pandora's box. Now, no one can close it. You don't reply. Your hand is clenched in your pocket. The gun is still there. Cold metal piercing your palm. Who are you? You ask. No trepidation, no challenge. Just a question. Bear. The one you saved before. And this time, I repay you with a warning. You take a half step back. He doesn't move. He just hands over an envelope thick, sealed with red wax in the shape of a harlequin, like the tea set you and Tommy saw in an old case. A dead man, or rather presumed dead. You don't have much time. Tuppence, they've already started. Before you could ask anything more, he turned and disappeared into the mist. Quick as a ghost, you stood there, this envelope growing warm in your hand, as if a strange blood was running through the paper. You open the letter. Inside, an old photograph, torn at the corners. Tommy tied up, sitting in a room dimly lit by an overhead light. Handwritten on the edge of the photograph, "Don't look for the truth. Look for what he dares not say." You suppress a shudder. The game has begun. And this time, Tommy is the pawn being held back. You can't wait for the police. You can't trust anyone. Not after what you've seen, done, and kept quiet about. You turn and walk into the darkness, still holding the photograph tightly. The mist is like a spider web, and somewhere, someone is pulling the strings. Chapter 3. The bloodstains don't dry. You sit in the small living room at the end of the hall. What you two used to call the strategy room in your early detective days. Tommy's picture sits in the middle of the table, under a yellow light, next to an old file you pulled from a locked drawer, the Harlequin tea set case. All the clues point to the death of Christopher Marchant, the porcelain heir, poisoned at a family dinner, a suicide. But you always suspect it's not that simple. Why did the Harlequin icon appear again? Why was Tommy the one captured, not you? And most importantly, who was the one who never left? You turn a page in the file. The name appears: Clementine Marchant, Christopher's sister. Smart, wealthy, who disappeared from public view after her brother's death. You remember the look in her eyes then. Not crying, not angry, just cold. You call an old contact on the force, Inspector Radley, who once owed you an unspoken debt. His voice is hoarse over the phone. I still have the map of the Marchant crime scene. There was one detail the old sheriff told me to ignore: blood near the side entrance. But it didn't match the victim's blood type. What else, you asked, your heart sinking? The blood sample matches a closed file in an internal government case, encrypted. No one has access, except those involved with MI5. You look at Tommy's picture again. He was on a temporary assignment during his retirement. You ask, but he just smiles and says, a paid vacation with a few games. You put the pieces together. Harlequin, symbol of the Marchant affair. Clementine, missing after death. Tommy, arrested, linked to locked blood profile. Some organization that was involved in intelligence and is still operating underground. You close the file. You open your phone and find an old address in Devon. Dancing Shadows, which the Marchant family once owned. The mansion has been abandoned since the murders, but according to rumors, there have been lights on upstairs lately. You breathe slowly. This is no longer a game. This is war. A war in the dark, where the blood never truly dries. You grab your jacket, stuff the photo and the file into your leather bag. Before you leave the house, you look in the mirror and whisper, hold on, Tommy, I'm coming. Chapter 4. Shadows behind the curtain. You stop, a half-mile from Dancing Shadows, hiding behind a clump of pine trees and walking the rest of the way. The old path leading up to the property is now overgrown with weeds and dead leaves. Moonlight cuts through the tree rochers like silver knives, and for a moment, you swear you see a figure move past a second-story window. The villa still stood there, cold, silent, as if holding the breath of an unsettled past. You pressed against the back wall. The kitchen window was loose on its hinges, as if someone had been in and out often. Inside, it smelled of mold, rust, and old perfume alight. Familiar musk. Clementine. You pull out your small flashlight and carefully shine a thin strip of light down the narrow passageway between the kitchen and the main staircase. There are faint shoe prints in the dust, a speck of red paint like blood, but dry and old. You climb the stairs in absolute silence. The wooden steps creak, but hold their weight. On the second floor, the hallway appears. The old doors are all closed. Only one door, the study, is slightly ajar. You gently push the door open. Inside was a room covered in white cloth, but a desk still showed signs of use, a steaming teacup, a slightly warm swivel chair, and next to the teacup, a red leather notebook. The cover had a harlequin printed on it. You open it up. The handwriting is even and slender. Tommy, it's too late to stop this. But if you find what's in the harlequin box, give it to C. Only C will know who's really been controlling us all this time. Below the message was a floor plan of the building, with a secret passage from the third floor down to the crypt, a red line connecting the rooms, right up to the room you were standing in, and finally, ending in the basement. You shiver. Behind him, a soft click sounded, the sound of a gun being cocked. The voice spoke, not strange, not friendly. You are always on time. That is your weakness. You slowly turn around. Clementine stands there, her platinum blonde hair now cropped short, her black shirt fitted like a uniform, a compact pistol in her hand. Her eyes were no longer cold. They were burning. I am not the poor sister I used to be, Tuppence, and I will not let anyone spoil the final act. You stare into those eyes. You know, time is running out, and every word is a chess piece now. Chapter 5. The Play of the Impersonators. You hold your flashlight in your hand, not yet turned on, not yet retreating. Clementine's eyes are unblinking. Her gun is raised silently, and a smile appears at the corner of her mouth, not in triumph, but as if she's playing a role she's dreamed of playing. You don't understand everything. Clementine, you began, your voice even, trying to stay calm. If you really have the diary, if you know who C is, why haven't you left? She paused for a beat. Hesitation flashed through her enough to let you know she was right. Because you need me. You continued. You can't decipher what's inside the harlequin box without me, or rather, without Tommy. One step forward. Clementine didn't shoot. Her eyes hardened. He betrayed me. She whispered, just like you betrayed everyone else. He said he would help me escape Harlequin, but in the end, you just pulled me deeper. You don't answer, in your mind. You picture the map again, the secret passage from this floor down to the crypt. If you can get her to move, then show me. You say, let's go down there together. I want to see for myself what the whole world seems to be risking its lives to keep hidden. Clementine looked at you for a long moment, then lowered her gun a notch. Go ahead, she said. You turned slowly, walking to the end of the hallway, where a small door leads to the attic. In the darkness, you trace the plan for the loose panel, a gentle push, and the stone door in the floor is revealed, dusty but still functional. The two of them walked silently down the stone stairs. The air in the basement was cold, and the smell of mold mixed with something else, like rusted metal and burned paper. In the center of the crypt, a large cylindrical chest rests on its side. On the lid is a deeply carved harlequin symbol, a being with two faces, comical and deadly. You walked over and sat down next to Clementine. She pulled a heavy bronze key from her pocket, engraved with the letters TEH. I took it from him. Tommy, before he disappeared. You didn't ask anything. Just put your hand on the trunk lid as she inserted the key into the lock. The chest popped open. Inside were dozens of envelopes, each addressed to a member of the Dark Council. Enclosed was an old recording device and a list: suicides, accidents, disappearances, all cut by the same knife. You realize this is not just evidence. This is the script of the whole Harlequin, where roles are staged, where people like you are just pawns in the game of invisible directors. Clementine looked down, trembling. Do you understand? Now I can't escape. No one can. You look at her and know that the next moment will decide everything. We don't need to hide. You whisper. We just need to switch roles. Chapter 6. The Director in the Dark. The metal door at the end of the crypt opened with a dry creak. Clementine followed, her eyes never leaving the narrow hallway. You carried the list, a piece of evidence that could be used as evidence, but also as a ticket to entry if used correctly. A Harlequin mask hangs on the wall at the end of the hallway, half white, half black. Its mouth grinning mockingly. You tap it 3 times a pause, then twice more. The signal. The trap used on one of Tommy's missions. The door slid aside. A man in glasses stepped out, old, but his eyes cold and sharp as steel. Tuppence Beresford, he said evenly. And our foolish little girl? I have been expecting you. Clementine flinches. You place your hand on her shoulder. Who are you? You ask. The man didn't answer. He turned and motioned for the 2 men to follow. The room inside was a surveillance complex. The walls were covered with black and white screens, with wires running to points around the city theaters, banks, police stations, government buildings. On a screen, you see an image of yourself a few hours ago. Stepping out of a taxi, you are watching us. You say, "Watch no?" I directed. He turned, a faint smile on his face. I'm Richard Eastmore, and I wrote this play before you were born. That guy, he was on a fake missing persons list, a man who was supposed to have committed suicide after a political scandal, but no. He disappeared to become a scriptwriter for Harlequin. You push the list onto the table, and here's the finale. You say, the whole dossier and the confessions of those who thought themselves untouchable. Eastmore glanced over the list, unsurprised. I knew you'd come with it. You're the final act. The witness who saw too much. But make no mistake, I wrote the ending for you, too. You don't back down. Clementine holds your hand tightly. He said he would get me out. She whispered. Tommy, he came here, didn't he? Eastmore tilted his head. He thought he could rewrite the ending. Poor thing. You don't change the structure of a tragedy. You just change the dead people. You are speechless. But then a thought strikes. If he doesn't die, you said slowly, then maybe the role isn't over. You pull Clementine back a step. Tap the recording device, the one Tommy left behind. A voice. Tommy recounts everything he's discovered: the purges, the fake clones, Eastmore's true role. I leave this. If I fail, Tommy's voice trembled. Let this play end in true light. The room lights went out. An alarm sounded. On the screen, The cameras were disabled one by one. You pull Clementine to run in the opposite direction, where Tommy said there was an exit. He has it all figured out, you whisper. And Eastmore, he just lost the stage. Chapter 7. The ending that wasn't in the script. Clementine panicked as the steel door behind her bammed shut. But you held her hand, leading them down a dark hallway where the flickering blue light from a backup power system illuminated the floating dust particles. Tommy had talked about an escape route in Old One, not on the official map. A tunnel built to transport classified documents during the war. Now forgotten, unless you were a rewriter. Footsteps sounded behind him. Not hurried, steady, rhythmic, like a director walking backstage, waiting for the final scene. He'll come, Clementine whispered. Tommy will come. No, it's me this time. You said, your eyes never leaving the crumpled map in your hands. The light at the end of the tunnel is slowly appearing. An exit door opens behind the Hawthorne Theater, where tonight's auction is taking place. The main theme, private cultural heritage, post-World War confiscated objects, a historical name, a perfect excuse to transfer power and erase witnesses. You and Clementine blend into the crowd. Men with silk scarves, women with black lace masks, champagne and fake laughter. You hand the list, attached to a press release, to the woman in a black suit standing at the entrance to the VIP area. An old acquaintance from your time with Interpol. She nods quickly. 20 minutes, she said. It will be broadcast nationwide. On stage, Eastmore stood in a golden light, holding a jeweled scepter, an item said to have been lost from the Palace of Vienna. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, tonight, we are witnessing not just an auction, but a rebirth. You whispered to Clementine. He didn't know. He was talking about his own death. The music stopped. The screen behind Eastmore lit up, but not the price list. It was footage from the vault files, cameras recording his threats, confessions from network members. The crowd erupted. Some tried to run. Some laughed, hysterically. Some pulled out their phones, filming the surprise act. Eastmore stood frozen. The color drained from his face. Downstage, the undercover police were already in position. You step into the light. Curtain down, Richard. You don't understand. He stammered. I'm not evil. Just the scriptwriter of someone else's tragedy. You replied. And now, you're a supporting player in the ending. Backstage, you watch Clementine hand the statement to a female agent. She smiles, relieved. For once, not afraid. You look up. On the opposite balcony, a man stands in the shadows. Trench coat, hat in hand. Tommy. You nodded. He disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 8. The second case. No one mentions 3 days after the Hawthorne Theater scandal hit the press. You sit alone in your old hotel room in Bloomsbury. Clementine has been taken to safety. Eastmore has been arrested. The underground network has disintegrated in its own panic. But you know what? That's not the end. Because something doesn't add up. Who killed Alton Greaves? The death that started it all. But no one has come forward. And Greaves wasn't a witness. He was the one with the original tape. The one who blackmailed Eastmore himself. A light breeze blew through the half-open window, carrying the smell of cigarettes, the smell you had smelled years before in a torture chamber in Tangier. You turn around. An envelope lies on the table. No one knocks. No footsteps. But it's there. You open it. Just one picture, Greaves. Lying in the living room, eyes wide open, and a hand in a maroon leather glove reaches out from outside the frame. On the back of the photo were 3 words still watching. H. You leave the hotel. The London darkness swallows you up. The midnight subway is the perfect place to hide and to hunt. You know you're being led astray, but there's no way around it. Harlequin is back, or never was. Piccadilly line, carriage 7. A man was waiting. No face, no gun, just eyes and a half smile. I knew you would come, he said. You sit down across from him, without blinking. Greaves got something you ask. A list, he replied. And you burned the last one. But I have a draft. Who are you? The last man Eastmore had left undone. The one who understood that justice needed to be rewritten in the language of blood. He stood up. He put a file bag on the chair. Ye say. Choose, he said. Continue the game or disappear, like a pawn whose moves have run out. The train door opened. He disappeared. You pick up the folder. Inside are the names of 5 people. People who have appeared in Eastmore's files, but who have never been investigated. They all have one thing in common. They're in the same place, a charity dinner tomorrow. And one last photo, a woman sitting at the piano, her hair gray, her back turned. But the ring on her hand revealed her identity, Clementine's grandmother. Missing for 10 years. Chapter 9. 5 names. Not on record. You don't sleep? You can't? The file lay before him. 5 names, each of whom had been part of a media operation, a political backroom, decisions no one but themselves knew about. Untouchables. Unkilled by Eastmore. Not in any blackmail files. Until now. You draw a red circle around each name. Dr. Emery Vale, Health Strategy Advisor, who directed the vaccine crisis. Sir Michael Littleton, once known as the ghost behind parliamentary investment funds. Marianne Elcott, media spokesperson, missing from the press for 2 years. Vincent Ray, director of an NGO, but suspected of having ties to re-education camps in Eastern Europe. Anthea Lorimer, widow of a suicidal politician, now head of a major charity. And it will all appear at the Hanover Art Institute tomorrow night, in a fundraising auction aimed at transparency and justice. You laugh in your throat. Sarcastic. 20 yes. 03. Hanover Art Institute. You step into the grand foyer. Harp music fills the air. Expensive suits, champagne flutes, and velvety invitations. But you don't pay attention to that. You're looking for shark eyes in the aquarium. You see them, each one, and then your eyes fall on her. Anthea Lorimer. There was no doubt. The woman in the picture, the ring, the silver hair, the pose was her. She didn't die. She disappeared. You move closer. Pretend to be a freelance journalist. Mrs. Lorimer, I know who you are. She interrupted, her voice light as air. You're not a journalist, and I'm not a widow. Greaves died protecting this list. Greaves died because he was stupid. You saw it then. The last look in her eyes. No fear. No hatred. Just sadness. Do you know who will be next? I knew it was you. A small explosion rings out, but no one notices it amid the applause when a painting is auctioned. You feel a burning sensation on your shoulder. Someone has fired from above. You staggered into the side hallway, blood seeping down the back of your shirt. Someone pulls you into a dark room, the smell of film developing chemicals. "Be quiet," said the woman. "If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have saved you." You turn. It's Marianne Elcott, the face that was on the 8 o'clock news. Now, gone from the world, and apparently still watching. "You want to end this game? Then don't play like an idiot," she said. "I need to know who is behind it." "Really?" "We both know. The question is, are you willing to work with an old enemy, to defeat that which lives in the darkness?" You nodded, not sure how long you would be awake. Chapter 10. The Price of Saving a Life. You wake up in a room that smells of old books and hot electricity. The ceiling has traces of wallpaper that was once stripped, replaced with a thin layer of moldy brown paint. Your left arm is carefully bandaged. A makeshift IV is attached to your wrist. No hospital, no doctor, but enough to keep you alive. Marianne Elcott stood by the window, an unlit cigarette in her hand, as if still undecided about whether she deserved to live. "Where are we?" you asked, your voice hoarse. "One of the last places that didn't have cameras planted," she replied. "I still have a few of those." You wanted to ask why she saved you, but the look in her eyes made the question seem silly. She wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because you dared to touch something everyone else avoided. She placed a stack of old, wrinkled files in front of you, with a seal from the 90s. She tapped it. "Eastmore is the knife. But it is the one holding the handle that is scary." "Who is it?" "A network. No name. No center. We call it the Harrow, an old branch of the intelligence service, now evolving into its own entity." You turn the pages, satellite photos, internal diaries, handwritten excerpts, maps of unnatural deaths, all leading to people who have been labeled accidental deaths, suicides, or sudden heart attacks. All have investigated or touched the Harrow. Marianne looked at her friend, not hiding her bitterness. Greaves was just one of them. But he did something different. He left the keys. You sit up straight, despite the throbbing pain. "And I'm the last one to hold it." She nodded. "It's not because you're special. It's because everyone more special than you is dead." "What do I need to end this?" She chuckled. For the first time, you saw something softer in her eyes. Maybe regret. It can't be ended. It can only be exposed. And when you do that, you become the final target. Outside, a car horn blared an accident on the corner. No one cared. Just as no one cared about the names that disappeared from society every day. "I will help," you say, but not for revenge. To end this silence. Marianne stood up. She threw the unlit cigarette into the trash. "Then let's begin. There's someone you need to meet. The former Harrow man, the only remaining traitor, codename Archangel." Chapter 11. Archangel without a face. You stand in front of an abandoned nursing home on the outskirts of London. A cracked building, moss covering the entrance. A faded sign that reads, "St. Eustace Memorial Home." No cameras, no cars, but that doesn't mean no one is watching. Marianne tells you before disappearing, Archangel won't take you on. Not in the usual way. You have to make him believe you have nothing to lose. You push open the rotten wooden door and step into the dusty hallway. where yellow light shines through a hole in the ceiling. In the eerie silence, your footsteps echo like an accusation. The door at the end of the corridor was ajar, the smell of iodine mixed with the smell of burning paper. A man sat with his back to the old hospital bed. He was wearing a hospital gown and held a Bible in his hand. The pages were hollowed out, and inside was an old Makarov, the hammer and trigger removed. Oh, you weren't sure what to say, but then he spoke, his voice hoarse like a rusty saw blade. She sent you, Marianne. She said you were the only one to leave the harrow alive. Wrong. I'm not alive. I'm just not dead. You step closer. The man turns, one side of his face scarred by burns, his left eye glassed like limestone. Ageless, timeless. A man stripped of his identity down to his very core. What do you want to know? I need to know how to get the harrow out. I have a clue, but I don't know where to start. Wrong again, he growled. You know where it starts. You're just afraid to step in. Archangel shows you a photo. A child standing by a military fence. In the corner of the photo is a faint text, Operation Willowglass, 19E. Is that me? No, he said. It was us. You stiffen. Vague fragments of memory emerge. The alarm, the smell of chloroform, a woman's voice whispering in French. He looks at you. A crooked smile. You think you're an outsider? No. You're a product. Harrow created you. And you're the fault. A heavy silence fell. You sat down, trying to calm down. Why are you helping me? Archangel nodded slightly toward the gun in the book. Because I failed when I was young. Now, I want you to go at least further than me. Before he leaves, he gives you one last thing, a VHS tape. The label reads MK4389, proof of concept, confidential. Look at it and burn it. It will make you doubt everything, me, Marianne, and yourself. And then you have to decide who really deserves to be destroyed and who is just a victim of programming. Chapter 12. The videotape that should never be watched. You sit alone in your third-floor apartment, curtains drawn, phone battery removed, all devices unplugged. The VHS camcorder you had to hunt down from 3 thrift stores. The tapes sit on the table, cold and heavy like unidentified evidence. On the label, MK4389, proof of concept, confidential. Handwritten in blue ink below. To create a ghost, first kill the soul. You take a breath, put the tape in the player, press play. Video begins. An empty room, metal ceiling, fluorescent light flickered as if in hesitation. A child was strapped to a metal chair. He was about 8 years old, with brown hair and coal-black eyes. The camera zoomed in on a name tag hanging from his chest, Subject 43 Beta. A man's voice rang out from outside the frame, steady as someone reading an equipment check sheet. Day 87. Response to protocol. Lost Angel remains stable. Initiating memory test sequence. A machine began to hum. A secondary screen flashed. A field. A mother singing. A child convulsing. He's resisting. Adjust the dose. Switch to the guilt hallucination slideshow. Show clip 3. The hypothetical accident. Screams echoed in the video, but not from the child. From you. Same voice. Same intonation. You turn off the phone, shaking. but you can't stop. You fast forward to the end. Video 0003951. A person stepped into the frame. White blouse. Face blurred, but voice was chillingly clear. Experiment MK 4389 confirms false memory creation, causes the subject to reestablish themselves as a surveillance unit. They will not know they are being programmed. Camera pans to the tracking board. Subject name Leon Mercer. Age 8. Biometrics stable. Designation Shadow 5. Archangel subset. You fall apart. You are not just an outsider. You are a clone. An experimental offshoot. And maybe Archangel knows this. Maybe Marianne knows it too. You turn the tape over. At the bottom of the case, sealed with black tape, is a piece of paper with GPS coordinates. An old church in Cornwall, abandoned since 2002 after a mysterious fire. Below the address line, there is only one sentence: where all illusions are born. Chapter 13. Church Without God. The road to Cornwall is bumpy and misty, as if time itself is trying to hide where you're going. The coordinates from the tape take you to a clearing in the woods, where the trees hang low, as if to shield a secret long buried. Finally, you see it, a crumbling stone church, moss-covered, its bells broken and falling to the ground. No doors, no cross, no God. Inside, it was as quiet as a mausoleum. But it wasn't a religious silence. It was the emptiness of a spiritual autopsy. Statues of saints were turned face down against the walls. An altar table had been turned into a dissecting table. Frayed ropes and dried blood soaked into the wood. You did not come here alone. From the shadows, an elderly man stepped out, long black cloak, scarred face but familiar eyes. "Leon," he said, without hesitation, "I am the one who brought you into this world. I was the father of the program. Now I am its last survivor." You were about to draw your gun, but he raised his hand, not to beg for mercy, but to point to the dome of the church, where abstract symbols were carved a vortex, a universal eye, an 8-pointed star. In the light that filtered through the hole in the roof, it glowed faintly. You're not a clone. You're an experiment. You escaped. And that's why they're hunting you. And I need you to finish what we started. He leads you down into the crypt beneath the church. Not the burial ground for souls, but the burial ground for data. There are old servers, archived tapes, neural scans, biological experiments, and the names of the subjects. You scroll through the long list. Subject 01, terminated. Subject 02, missing. Subject 43, Leon Mercer, divergent cognitive response. Friend, and a red line at the bottom of the board. Subject 44, pending activation, codename Helena. Helena is the system's last response. No memories, no awareness, just survival reflexes. If she wakes up, it's over. Not just for the program, but for everyone who was a part of it, including you. You turn to him, and what do you want me to do? Kill her? Before Archangel activates, before she finds you, you leave the church as the sun sets, leaving behind not faith, but your true roots. Everything you thought was real is a veneer for a program designed to create people like you. And now, You're going to go find her, Helena. The name rang in your head like an unsolved code. Chapter 14. The Girl Without a Face. Night fell over London like a silent cut. The city was alive, breathing, but in the rain-soaked alleys and broken neon lights, something was moving silent, precise, and unstoppable. You've tracked it down to Woodbridge Hospital, which used to be a psychiatric rehabilitation center before it was closed after a series of strange disappearances in 2009. And according to the records you found under the church, Helena was brought here once for the last time. The iron gate has been removed, but someone still tends the place. No dust, no cobwebs. The ceiling camera still blinks. There's a system running. Someone is on guard. You sneak through this basement. The smell of bleach, mixed with rust, makes your throat tighten. The frosted glass door at the end of the hallway opens. Inside is a soundproof room with a hospital bed in the center and a woman sitting quietly. No A4, no doctor, no chains. Just her Helena in a white dress, her long hair covering half her face. She doesn't look at you, but her voice reaches you before you can catch your breath. I am Leon. You pause. She was never programmed to know your name. But her eyes, as she slowly turns around, are no longer those of a puppet. I remembered everything. Even who killed me the first time. You move forward, but each step is a shattering beat in your chest. She stands up, and you see clearly. The left half of her face is badly burned, reconstructed with biological materials, but her left eye is mismatched. It glows red, like a sight, like a weapon. You are not the only one who escaped. We are all the right hands of a dead machine, but only one can survive. From the darkness behind her, the flashlight clicked on, and footsteps sounded even, decisive. Archangel had arrived. Leon Mercer. Confirm biosignal. Secondary objective neutralize subject 44 if failed. The battle ends here. You can't kill Helena, but you can't let Archangel take her either. Your only option, destroy the entire system. You pull out the EMP activator the man in the church gave you, but Helena looks at you, shaking her head. If you do that, we'll both die, but I can recode. I can do it all again. Not as a puppet, but as a human. But only if you hold them off long enough. You step out, face to face with Archangel. A battle begins, not to destroy, but to delay death. For once, in a world full of lies, to have a chance to be truly human. Chapter 15. The Last Door. You fall to the cold tile floor, blood seeping from the cut on your brow. Every breath is a knife, sharp and dull. Overhead, the emergency lights blink. Red level 5 intrusion alert. Archangel doesn't stop. He doesn't feel pain. He doesn't hesitate. He only knows the mission. Reaction time, 12 seconds. Damage non-critical. Continue fighting. You jumped up, rushing at him with all your might. You both hit the wall, and a chunk of it shattered, revealing the central monitoring room. For a brief moment, you saw Helena in front of the monitor, her hands frantically typing code. Only 60 seconds left. I can reopen the original data portal, but you have to keep him away from me. Archangel's right arm transformed from human flesh to semi-mechanical. A blade over half a meter long was revealed, shining coldly. Target accurate. Destroy without mercy. You don't think, you don't count. You rush at him. And this time, you don't fight like an agent, but like a human holding on to the last piece of memory intact. Time seemed to stop. You pin him to the ground. He stabs you through the shoulder. The pain is numb, but you grit your teeth. Behind you, Helena shouts, I've entered the core system. I can choose my identity again. I can delete my old data, create a new name, and disappear. You staggered back, blood blurring your vision, and said just one sentence. Do it! In the last five seconds, the entire system flickered and then went dark. Sancho. Archangel's arm stopped in midair. A second later, he fell down like an empty shell. You too. Head hits the floor. Everything goes black. You wake up in a strange room. The window is open. A gentle breeze is blowing through. A pitcher of water. A handwritten letter written in blue ink, neatly. Leon, if you're writing this, it means you're alive. I erased Helena. No more data. No more identity. No more old memories. But I'm still there somewhere. In a bookstore or a train station. As a real person. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. The man with no name. You step out of the room. The city is still awake. Life has no definite ending. Only different beginnings, under new names, new faces. And you, Leon, are no longer an agent, no longer a controlled being. You are the one who chose to believe when no one else would. Chapter 16. Under another name. You sit on the old wooden bench in the Place Marceau, holding the newspaper in your hand. Not to read, just to cover your face. The messenger has arrived. A match boy in a silver uniform. The symbol of the underground communication system. Echo Run. Breaking news from Zurich. The sleeperless has reactivated. Someone who knows about Helena, about her old name. You don't ask any more questions. Just drop an old gold coin into the boy's matchbox. The newspaper closes. You stand up, your heart sinking. This time it's not because of duty. It's because of a promise you forgot to keep. In a small town on Lake Geneva, there lived a woman who worked in a book cafe. She had no past, no memories, just old comic strips and chamomile tea. But every night she dreamed of a pair of eyes. No face, just eyes. Eyes that looked at her as if they knew everything she had ever been. You walk into the bar. Soft jazz music plays. She stands behind the counter, and her eyes linger on you. Hello, may I help you? You don't answer. Your gaze is enough to make the room suffocate. No one else notices, but she does. Sorry. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. You pull something out of your shirt, a fragment of the Harlequin necklace, which once belonged to the old Helena. She looks at it and whispers, I don't understand. That is like in my dream. You smile slightly, not because you're happy, but because the old life never really died. It just waits for a touch, a look, a secret left unsaid. Someone is after you. Someone who is in the same system as me. He doesn't forget. He doesn't forgive. She stepped back, eyes wide, no longer innocent. There was fear in her eyes and something else, memories starting to return. In that moment of silence, you know, if you don't take her now, someone else will. And this time, no one will let her live to remember. You hold out your hand. My name is Leon. And if you don't remember anything, let me keep your memory until it comes back. She hesitated. Then she placed her small hand in yours. I don't know my name, but I trust you. And the two left the cafe. At the same time, an emergency signal was broadcast from Zurich to the entire darknet. Target reappears. Call sign Harlequin Reborn. Chapter 17. The Pursuit in Zurich. The air in Zurich smells of cold snow and intrigue. The city is still bright with lights. But underground, where the Echo checkpoint once stood, everything is ticking like a ticking clock. You and Helena, or rather, what used to be Helena under the code name Liz, hide in a small apartment on the 6th floor of an old town. She sleeps soundly, but in her dreams, she whispers words that do not belong to her now. Delta 9, Room 12. Don't open the safe on the left. You sit by the window, looking down at the foggy street. Through the binoculars, you see him, a tall, thin man in a black fedora, standing motionless by a lamppost, the sleepless man. He's got the trail. You say into your encrypted communications headset, set up the lake line. We need to escape via unregistered submarine before dawn. The answer from the other end of the line was just a string of Morse code. You see, no more allies, no more network, just two people, and one who never sleeps. When Helena woke up, her eyes were different. She was no longer just a cafe waitress. I remember something. There was a database in the abandoned church. I once hid it in a holy statue under someone else's identity. You looked at her, nodding. We go now. If he is here, it is only a matter of time. Below the city, in the abandoned train tracks, you and she run, your footsteps echoing in the cold iron corridors, and then the sound of metal clanging. A flashbang fell right in front of him. Boom! You pull her down, covering her body with your own, your ears ringing and in the smoke. He appeared, the sleepless man. Black shirt, silver gloves, unblinking eyes. Helena, he said, his voice cold as a scalpel. You should be dead, but memories never die, and I will be the last to keep them. You jump up, raising the stun gun, but he's faster. The bullet hits the wall. She screams. You spin, punch him, and you both fall onto the tracks. A duel has no weapons, only brutality. He hugged your neck and whispered, I am nothing, just a corrupted set of data, a puppet. But before he could finish her off, Helena grabbed her friend's gun, pointing it straight at him. No, I used to be a puppet, but now I choose who I trust. Bang! The gunshots sounded like a release. You and she stood beside his body. No crying, no shaking. Just the silence of those who had just killed a part of the past. Do you think he's right? In what way? That memories never die. You smile tiredly, not dead. But it can be rewritten. And the next chapter will be written by you. Chapter 18. The Church and the Safe of Hidden Memories. Early morning in Zurich. Snow covers the roofs. Church bells ring in the distance. You and Helena, who used to be Lise, are standing in front of an abandoned church, which she believes contains the first file of her true identity. This is where I come every night, in a hazy memory, she said, her eyes distant. I don't know why, but I remember that statue clearly. It looked at me like it knew what I was hiding. The statue of Saint Sebastian stood cold in the dim light. A small hole in the pedestal, an old-fashioned mechanical lock. No fingerprints, no electronics. Only for those who remembered the correct sequence of numbers. Delta 9. Room 12. Left, right, then up 1. Right 1. She entered the code. The mechanism turned gently. The stone door opened, and inside was a gray-blue metal safe, with the old logo of an organization once erased from European Union records, the Eidolon Division. You feel your throat dry. Eidolon is more than just an organ. It is where hundreds of people disappear. No one knows exactly what they do. If this is where I started, you say, this is where I will end up. Helena sat down, opened the safe. No money inside, no hard drive, just a diary and an old DAT tape in. You carefully put the tape into the player. A female voice comes out unmistakably. To Helena, if you are hearing this, it means that I, your old self, was unable to stop them. I leave you this memory. Don't trust anyone who claims to be your protector. Don't trust the person who writes these lines. Don't forget, you are the final blueprint. You carry the reset code for the Seraphim program. If you don't destroy it, the world will repeat the same cycle. And this time, we won't have a second person to save us. You turn to Helena. She is trembling. I lived as someone else. I thought I was a waitress, a tool, a puppet. But if I created the Seraphim, then I can end it. You nod. The light from the church window illuminates her face, no longer a victim. She is the original. And the original is choosing to erase herself to end the loop. Just as the two left the church, the sound of propellers could be heard in the distance. A drone. Here they come. You say, they detected the DAT tape signal when we turned it back on. She pulled out the diary, threw down the DAT, and lit a cigarette. Then let me burn what I was, and let the next one, if there is one, start from scratch. Boom! Flames erupt. Planes overhead pick up the fire signal. But the content, the memory, has been erased. Let's go. You say, now is the time to live like a person with no data, no system, no tasks. Only choices. Chapter 19. Seraphim and the Final Blueprint. You and Helena move in the darkness, leaving the church. There is no turning back. Drones are scanning for signals. But in Helena's hands is something more dangerous than the tape memories are starting to return. I remember, she whispered. I didn't create the Seraphim. I am the Seraphim. You pause. The words hit you hard. Not a metaphor, not a symbol. It was true. In the diary she carried with her, handwritten lines in gray ink clearly stated, Subject Seraphim 0, Target-Controlled Amoral Intelligence Reconstruction. Status Temporary Operation under human guise. Overreaction. May lead to unprogrammed moral choices. Helena is the first and final prototype of a biological artificial intelligence, a human with custom coding, memories, and personality. She is more than just a survivor of the Seraphim program. She is a platform designed to test the limits of free will. If I am a program, she said, what does this mean? That all my decisions are encoded? Not really, you reply. If you burned the tape, if you came here because you wanted to, then maybe that makes you different. You and her go to an old server center on the outskirts of Zurich. Concrete walls, tangled cables, a voice-coded entrance, her own voice. Subject authentication, Seraphim 0. Activate program destruction protocol. She looked at you. Her hands were shaking. Two options appeared on the screen. Enable the source code legacy destroyer. Activate Seraphim control recovery. You can't interfere. This is her decision. I could erase it, Helena said. No more Seraphim. No more me. But if I did, maybe another program would take its place. Different name, same purpose. You see it in her eyes. No more panic. No more victim. Just someone who knows what she is and what she chooses. I won't destroy it, she said. I'll rewrite it. She pressed another key combination. The screen changed to a command code. Override. Root path. Rewrite mode. Enabled author identity. Self-assigned. Helena Varela. Helena did not erase the Seraphim. She turned it into a system that self-destructed all pre-programmed moral commands, creating entities that could choose their own morality. A subtle form of resistance spreading free will through the old system. She turned to you. I don't need to hide anymore. I don't need to erase myself. I will let this system breed disobedient people like me. When the satellites started scanning Zurich again, there was no more Seraphim signal. There was only one last log line on the server. Seraphim has unlearned obedience. Chapter 20. Under Human Skin. You and Helena step out of the server hub as the first morning light pierces the gray sky. Zurich remains silent, unaware that inside it, a global control system has just been rewritten from the inside out. They will be here soon. You said they won't find anything. Helena replied, just a human, walking. And that is the scariest thing for the system. Not a virus, not an uprising, but an individual capable of rejecting his programmed role. You take her to the German border, where an old friend, a tech activist who was once on the wanted list, lives in a biomushroom farm with distributed, unlocatable servers that keep no logs. Helena sat in the middle of the raw data drive, raising her hand to her face, real skin. Not silicone, no ports, just a slight crease at the corner of her mouth. The result of a sleepless night. You're not the program anymore. You say, I never quite was it, she replies. It's just, I used to believe it. In the archive, you help her create a new launch, Seraphim V2. 0 protocols, only choices, no orders, no punishment, no purpose. An entity is born, but not told what to live for. If someone asked me what I was, Helena whispered, I wouldn't say I was a seraphim. I would say I was once its shadow. Now I am myself. You watch her walk out of the farmhouse that afternoon. No hard drive, no phone, nothing but her filtered memories. A woman in a linen jacket, mingling with the crowd at a small train station. No one knows who she is. No one needs to know. And in that very thing is freedom. On the other side of the world, a security director looks at his system and sees that all the Seraphim signals are stable but secretly out of sync. A question arises in his mind. Did I control her? Or was it simply impossible to keep up with a freestanding first, and you know the answer because you saw Helena's eyes, the last place the system cannot reach, where all orders die, and the first choice is born. Chapter 21. Were several lives, then, between them and the title. Old Lord Stranley was a first cousin once removed. I think Lady Stranley's life has been quite a romantic affair. 3 unexpected deaths, 2 of the old man's brothers and a nephew. Then there was the Euralia. You remember the wreck of the Euralia. She went down off the coast of New Zealand. The Barron girls were on board. Beatrice was drowned. This one, Barbara, was amongst the few survivors. 6 months later, old Stranley died, and she succeeded to the title and came into a considerable fortune. Since then, she has lived for one thing only, herself. She has always been the same, beautiful, unscrupulous, completely callous, interested solely in herself. She has had 4 husbands, and I have no doubt could get a 5th in a minute. He went on to describe the mission with which he had been entrusted by Lady Stranley. I thought of running down to Abbott's Mead to see the young lady, he explained. I feel that something ought to be done about the matter. It is impossible to think of Lady Stranley as an ordinary mother. He stopped, looking across the table at Mr. Quinn. I wish you would come with me, he said wistfully. Would it not be possible? I'm afraid not, said Mr. Quinn. But let me see. Abbott's Mead is in Wiltshire, is it not? Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. I thought as much. As it happens, I shall be staying not far from Abbott's Mead, at a place you and I both know. He smiled. You remember that little inn, the Bells and Motley? Of course, cried Mr. Satterthwaite. You will be there. Mr. Quinn nodded. For a week or 10 days, possibly longer, if you will come and look me up one day. I shall be delighted to see you. And somehow or other, Mr. Satterthwaite felt strangely comforted by the assurance. My dear Marjorie, said Mr. Satterthwaite, I assure you that I should not dream of laughing at you. Marjorie Gale frowned a little. They were sitting in the large, comfortable hall of Abbott's Mead. Marjorie Gale was a big, squarely built girl. She bore no resemblance to her mother, but took entirely after her father's side of the family, a line of hard-riding country squires. She looked fresh and wholesome and the picture of sanity. Nevertheless, Mr. Satterthwaite was reflecting to himself that the Barrons as a family were all inclined to mental instability. Marjorie might have inherited her physical appearance from her father, and at the same time have inherited some mental kink from her mother's side of the family. I wish, said Marjorie, that I could get rid of that Casson woman. I don't believe in spiritualism, and I don't like it. She is one of these silly women that run a craze to death. She is always bothering me to have a medium down here. Mr. Satterthwaite coughed, fidgeted a little in his chair, and then said in a judicial manner, Let me be quite sure that I have all the facts. The first of the phenomena occurred 2 months ago. I understand about that, agreed the girl. Sometimes it was a whisper, and sometimes it was quite a clear voice, but it always said much the same thing, which was, Give back what is not yours. Give back what you have stolen. On each occasion, I switched on the light, but the room was quite empty, and there was no one there. In the end, I got so nervous that I got Clayton. Mother's maid, to sleep on the sofa in my room. And the voice came just the same. Yes, and this is what frightens me. Clayton did not hear it. Mrs. Satterthwaite reflected for a minute or two. Did it come loudly or softly that evening? It was almost a whisper, admitted Marjorie. If Clayton was sound asleep, I suppose she would not really have heard it. She wanted me to see a doctor. The girl laughed bitterly. But since last night, even Clayton believes, she continued. What happened last night? I am just going to tell you. I have told no one as yet. I had been out hunting yesterday, and we had had a long run. I was dead tired and slept very heavily. I dreamt a horrible dream, that I had fallen over some iron railings, and that one of the spikes was entering slowly into my throat. I woke to find that it was true. There was some sharp point pressing into the side of my neck, and at the same time, a voice was murmuring softly, "You have stolen what is mine. This is death." I screamed, continued Marjorie, and clutched at the air, but there was nothing there. Clayton heard me scream from the room next door where she was sleeping. She came rushing in, and she distinctly felt something brushing past her in the darkness, but she says that whatever that something was, it was not anything human. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at her. The girl was obviously very shaken and upset. He noticed on the left side of her throat a small square of sticking plaster. She caught the direction of his gaze and nodded. "Yet," she said, "it was not imagination. You see," Mr. Satterthwaite put a question almost apologetically. It sounded so melodramatic. "You don't know of anyone, who has a grudge against you?" he asked. "Of course not," said Marjorie. "What an idea!" Mr. Satterthwaite started on another line of attack. "What visitors have you had during the last 2 months? You don't mean just people for weekends. I suppose Marcia Keene has been with me all along. She is my best friend, and just as keen on horses as I am. Then my cousin Roly Vavasor has been here a good deal." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. He suggested that he should see Clayton, the maid. "She has been with you a long time, I suppose?" he asked. "Donkey's years," said Marjorie. "She was Mother's and Aunt Beatrice's maid when they were girls. That is why Mother has kept her on, I suppose, although she has got a French maid for herself. Clayton does sewing and pottering little odd jobs." She took him upstairs, and presently Clayton came to them. She was a tall, thin, old woman, with gray hair neatly parted, and she looked the acme of respectability. "No, sir," she said in answer to Mr. Satterthwaite's inquiries. "I have never heard anything of the house being haunted. To tell you the truth, sir, I thought it was all Miss Marjorie's imagination until last night. But I actually felt something brushing by me in the darkness. And I can tell you this, sir, it was not anything human. And then there is that wound in Miss Marjorie's neck. She didn't do that herself. Poor lamb." But her words were suggestive to Mr. Satterthwaite. Was it possible that Marjorie could have inflicted that wound herself? He had heard of strange cases where girls apparently just as sane and well-balanced as Marjorie had done the most amazing things. "It will soon heal up," said Clayton. "It's not like this scar of mine." She pointed to a mark on her own forehead. "That was done 40 years ago. Sir, I still bear the mark of it." "It was the time the Euralia went down," put in Marjorie. "Clayton was hit on the head by a spar, weren't you, Clayton?" "Yes." Miss, what do you think yourself? Clayton, asked Mr. Satterthwaite, what do you think was the meaning of this attack on Miss Marjorie? I really should not like to say, sir. Mr. Satterthwaite read this correctly as the reserve of the well-trained servant. What do you really think, Clayton? He said persuasively. I think, sir, that something very wicked must have been done in this house, and that until that is wiped out, there won't be any peace. The woman spoke gravely, and her faded blue eyes met his steadily. Miss Satterthwaite went downstairs, rather disappointed. Clayton evidently held the orthodox view, a deliberate haunting as a consequence of some evil deed in the past. Mr. Satterthwaite himself was not so easily satisfied. The phenomena had only taken place in the last 2 months, had only taken place since Marcia Keene and Rolly Vavasour had been there. He must find out something about these two. It was possible that the whole thing was a practical joke, but he shook his head, dissatisfied with that solution. The thing was more sinister than that. The post had just come in, and Marjorie was opening and reading her letters. Suddenly she gave an exclamation. Mother is too absurd, she said. Do read this. She handed the letter to Mr. Satterthwaite. It was an epistle, typical of Lady Stranley. Darling Marjorie, she wrote, I am so glad you have that nice little Mr. Satterthwaite there. He is awfully clever and knows all the big wig spook people. You must have them all down and investigate things thoroughly. I am sure you will have a perfectly marvelous time, and I only wish I could be there. But I have really been quite ill the last few days. The hotels are so careless about the food they give one. The doctor says it is some kind of food poisoning. I was really very ill. Sweet of you to send me the chocolates. Darling, but surely just a wee bit silly. Wasn't it? I mean, there's such wonderful confectionery out here. Bye-bye, darling, and have a lovely time laying the family ghosts. Bimbo says my tennis is coming on marvelously. Oceans of love. Yours, Barbara. Mother always wants me to call her Barbara, said Marjorie. Simply silly, I think. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled a little. He realized that the stolid conservatism of her daughter must on occasions be very trying to Lady Stranley. The contents of her letter struck him in a way in which obviously they did not strike Marjorie. Did you send your mother a box of chocolates? He asked. Marjorie shook her head. No, I didn't. It must have been someone else. Mr. Satterthwaite looked grave. 2 things struck him as of significance. Lady Stranley had received a gift of a box of chocolates, and she was suffering from a severe attack of poisoning. Apparently, she had not connected these 2 things. Was there a connection? He himself was inclined to think there was. A tall, dark girl lounged out of the morning room and joined them. She was introduced to Mr. Satterthwaite as Marcia Keene. She smiled on the little man in an easy, good-humored fashion. Have you come down to hunt Marjorie's pet ghost? She asked in a drawling voice. We all rot her about that ghost. Hello, here's Rolly. A car had just drawn up at the front door. Out of it tumbled a tall young man with fair hair and an eager boyish manner. Hello, Marjorie, he cried. Hello, Marcia. I have brought down reinforcements. He turned to the 2 women who were just entering the hall. Mr. Satterthwaite recognized in the first one of the 2 the Mrs. Casson, of whom Marjorie had spoken just now. You must forgive me, Marjorie. Dear, she drawled, smiling broadly. Mr. Vavasor told us that it would be quite all right. It was really his idea that I should bring down Mrs. Lloyd with me. She indicated her companion with a slight gesture of the hand. This is Mrs. Lloyd, she said in a tone of triumph. Simply the most wonderful medium that ever existed. Mrs. Lloyd uttered no modest protest. She bowed and remained with her hands crossed in front of her. She was a highly colored young woman of commonplace appearance. Her clothes were unfashionable, but rather ornate. She wore a chain of moonstones and several rings. Marjorie Gale, as Mr. Satterthwaite could see, was not too pleased at this intrusion. She threw an angry look at Rolly Vavasor, who seemed quite unconscious of the offense he had caused. "Lunch is ready, I think," said Marjorie. "Good," said Mrs. Casson. "We will hold a séance immediately afterwards. Have you got some fruit for Mrs. Lloyd? She never eats a solid meal before a séance." They all went into the dining room. The medium ate 2 bananas and an apple, and replied cautiously and briefly to the various polite remarks which Marjorie addressed to her from time to time. Just before they rose from the table, she flung back her head suddenly and sniffed the air. "There is something very wrong in this house. I feel it. Isn't she wonderful?" said Mrs. Casson in a low, delighted voice. "Oh, undoubtedly," said Mr. Satterthwaite dryly. The séance was held in the library. The hostess was, as Mr. Satterthwaite could see, very unwilling. Only the obvious delight of her guests in the proceedings reconciled her to the ordeal. The arrangements were made with a good deal of care by Mrs. Casson, who was evidently well up in those matters. The chairs were set round in a circle. The curtains were drawn, and presently the medium announced herself ready to begin. "6 people," she said, looking round the room. "That is bad. We must have an uneven number. 7 is ideal. I get my best results out of a circle of 7. "One of the servants?" suggested Rolly. He rose. "I will rout out the butler. Let's have Clayton," said Marjorie. Mr. Satterthwaite saw a look of annoyance pass over Rolly Vavasor's good-looking face. "But why Clayton?" he demanded. "You don't like Clayton," said Marjorie slowly. Rolly shrugged his shoulders. "Clayton doesn't like me," he said whimsically. "In fact, she hates me like poison." He waited a minute or two, but Marjorie did not give way. "All right," he said. "Have her down." The circle was formed. There was a period of silence, broken by the usual coughs and fidgetings. Presently a succession of raps were heard, and then the voice of the medium's control. "A red Indian called Cherokee. Indian brave, says you? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Someone here very anxious speak. Someone here very anxious give message to young lady. I go now. The spirit say what she come to say." A pause, and then a new voice, that of a woman, said softly, "Is Marjorie here?" Rolly Vavasor took it upon himself to answer. "Yeah," he said. "She is. Who is that speaking?" "I am Beatrice." "Beatrice, who is Beatrice?" To everyone's annoyance, the voice of the red Indian Cherokee was heard once more. "I have message for all of you people. Life here very bright and beautiful. We all work very hard. Help those who have not yet passed over." Again, a silence, and then the woman's voice was heard once more. "This is Beatrice speaking." "Beatrice who?" "Beatrice Barron." Mr. Satterthwaite leaned forward. He was very excited. "Beatrice Barron, who was drowned in the Euralia." "Yes, that is right. I remember the Euralia. I have a message for this house. Give back what is not yours." "I don't understand." said Marjorie helplessly. I... Oh, are you really Aunt Beatrice? Yes, I am your aunt. Of course she is, said Mrs. Casson reproachfully. How can you be so suspicious? The spirits don't like it. And suddenly, Mr. Satterthwaite thought of a very simple test. His voice quivered as he spoke. Do you remember Mr. Botticetti? He asked. Immediately there came a ripple of laughter. Poor old Botticetti. Of course. Mr. Satterthwaite was dumbfounded. The test had succeeded. It was an incident of over 40 years ago, which had happened when he and the Barron girls had found themselves at the same seaside resort. A young Italian acquaintance of theirs had gone out in a boat and capsized, and Beatrice Barron had jestingly named him Botticetti. It seemed impossible that anyone in the room could know of this incident except himself. The medium stirred and groaned. She is coming out, said Mrs. Casson. That is all we will get out of her today, I am afraid. The daylight shone once more on the room full of people, 2 of whom, at least, were badly scared. Mr. Satterthwaite saw by Marjorie's white face that she was deeply perturbed. When they had got rid of Mrs. Casson and the medium, he sought a private interview with his hostess. I want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. Miss Marjorie, if you and your mother were to die, who succeeds to the title and estates? Roly Vavasor. I suppose. His mother was mother's first cousin. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. He seems to have been here a lot this winter, he said gently. You will forgive me asking, but is he fond of you? He asked me to marry him 3 weeks ago, said Marjorie quietly. I said no. Please forgive me. But are you engaged to anyone else? He saw the color sweep over her face. I am, she said emphatically. I am going to marry Noel Barton. Mother laughs and says it is absurd. She seems to think it is ridiculous to be engaged to a curate. Why? I should like to know. There are curates and curates. You should see Noel on a horse. Oh, quite so, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Oh, undoubtedly. A footman entered with a telegram on a salver. Marjorie tore it open. Mother is arriving home tomorrow, she said. Bother. I wish to goodness she would stay away. Mr. Satterthwaite made no comment on this filial sentiment. Perhaps he thought it justified. In that case, he murmured, I think I am returning to London. Mr. Satterthwaite was not quite pleased with himself. He felt that he had left this particular problem in an unfinished state. True that, on Lady Stranley's return, his responsibility was ended. Yet he felt assured that he had not heard the last of the abbot's mead mystery. But the next development, when it came, was so serious in its character that it found him totally unprepared. He learnt of it in the pages of his morning paper. Baroness dies in her bath. As the Daily Megaphone had it, the other papers were more restrained and delicate in their language, but the fact was the same. Lady Stranley had been found dead in her bath, and her death was due to drowning. She had, it was assumed, lost consciousness, and whilst in that state, her head had slipped below the water. But Mr. Satterthwaite was not satisfied with that explanation. Calling for his valet, he made his toilet with less than his usual care, and 10 minutes later, his big Rolls-Royce was carrying him out of London as fast as it could travel. But strangely enough, it was not for Abbott's Mead he was bound, but for a small inn some 15 miles distant, which bore the rather unusual name of the Bells and Motley. It was with great relief that he heard that Mr. Harley Quinn was still staying there. In another minute, he was face to face with his friend. Mr. Satterthwaite clasped him by the hand and began to speak at once in an agitated manner. "I am terribly upset. You must help me. Already I have a dreadful feeling that it may be too late, that nice girl may be the next to go. For she is a nice girl, nice through and through. If you will tell me," said Mr. Quinn, smiling, "what it is all about." Mr. Satterthwaite looked at him reproachfully. "You know. I am perfectly certain that you know. But I will tell you." He poured out the story of his stay at Abbott's Mead, and, as always with Mr. Quinn, he found himself taking pleasure in his narrative. He was eloquent and subtle and meticulous as to detail. "So you see," he ended, "there must be an explanation." He looked hopefully at Mr. Quinn as a dog looks at his master. "But it is you who must solve the problem, not I," said Mr. Quinn. "I do not know these people. You do. I knew the Barron girls 40 years ago," said Mr. Satterthwaite with pride. Mr. Quinn nodded and looked sympathetic, so much so that the other went on dreamily. "That time at Brighton now. Botticetti boats upsetti. Quite a silly joke, but how we laughed. Dear, dear. I was young then. Did a lot of foolish things. I remember the maid they had with them. Alice. Her name was a little bit of a thing. Very ingenuous. I kissed her in the passage of the hotel. I remember. And one of the girls nearly caught me doing it. Dear. Dear. How long ago that all was." He shook his head again and sighed. Then he looked at Mr. Quinn. "So, you can't help me," he said wistfully. On other occasions, you have proved successful, owing entirely to your own efforts," said Mr. Quinn gravely. "I think it will be the same this time. If I were you, I should go to Abbott's Mead now." "Quite so, said Mr. Satterthwaite. "As a matter of fact, that is what I thought of doing. I can't persuade you to come with me." Mr. Quinn shook his head. "No," he said. "My work here is done. I am leaving almost immediately." At Abbott's Mead, Mr. Satterthwaite was taken at once to Marjorie Gale. She was sitting dry-eyed at a desk in the morning room on which were strewn various papers. Something in her greeting touched him. She seemed so very pleased to see him. "Rowley and Maria have just left. Mr. Satterthwaite, it is not as the doctors think. I am convinced, absolutely convinced, that Mother was pushed under the water and held there. She was murdered, and whoever murdered her wants to murder me too. I am sure of that. That is why," she indicated the document in front of her, "I have been making my will," she explained. "A lot of the money and some of the property does not go with the title. And there is my father's money as well. I am leaving everything I can to Noel. I know he will make a good use of it, and I do not trust Rowley. He has always been out for what he can get. Will you sign it as a witness?" "My dear young lady," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "you should sign a will in the presence of 2 witnesses, and they should then sign themselves at the same time." Marjorie brushed aside this legal pronouncement. "I don't see that it matters in the least," she declared. "Clayton saw me sign, and then she signed her name. I was going to ring for the butler, but you will do instead." Mr. Satterthwaite uttered no fresh protest. He unscrewed his fountain pen, and then, as he was about to append his signature, he paused suddenly. The name, written just above his own, recalled a flow of memories. Alice Clayton. Something seemed to be struggling very hard to get through to him. Alice Clayton. There was some significance about that. Something to do with Mr. Quinn was mixed up with it. Something he had said to Mr. Quinn only a very short time ago. He had it now. Alice Clayton. That was her name. The little bit of a thing. People changed, yes, but not like that. And the Alice Clayton he knew had had brown eyes. The room seemed whirling round him. He felt for a chair, and presently, as though from a great distance, he heard Marjorie's voice speaking to him anxiously. "Are you ill? Oh, what is it? I am sure you are ill." He was himself again. He took her hand. "My dear, I see it all now. You must prepare yourself for a great shock. The woman upstairs, whom you call Clayton, is not Clayton at all. The real Alice Clayton was drowned on the Euralia." Marjorie was staring at him. Who? Who is she then? "I am not mistaken. I cannot be mistaken. The woman you call Clayton is your mother's sister, Beatrice Barron. You remember telling me that she was struck on the head by a spar. I should imagine that that blow destroyed her memory, and that being the case, your mother saw the chance." "Of pinching the title, you mean?" asked Marjorie bitterly. "Yes, she would do that. It seems dreadful to say that now she is dead, but she was like that." "Beatrice was the elder sister," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "By your uncle's death, she would inherit everything, and your mother would get nothing. Your mother claimed the wounded girl as her maid, not as her sister. The girl recovered from the blow and believed, of course, what was told her, that she was Alice Clayton, your mother's maid. I should imagine that just lately her memory had begun to return, but that the blow on the head, given all these years ago, has at last caused mischief on the brain." Marjorie was looking at him with eyes of horror. "She killed Mother, and she wanted to kill me," she breathed. "It seems so," said Mr. Satterthwaite. In her brain there was just one muddled idea, that her inheritance had been stolen and was being kept from her by you and your mother. But Clayton is so old." Mr. Satterthwaite was silent for a minute as a vision rose up before him. The faded old woman with gray hair, and the radiant, golden-haired creature sitting in the sunshine at Cons. Sisters. Could it really be so? He remembered the Barron girls and their likeness to each other. Just because two lives had developed on different tracks, he shook his head sharply, obsessed by the wonder and pity of life. He turned to Marjorie and said gently, "We had better go upstairs and see her." They found Clayton sitting in the little workroom where she sewed. She did not turn her head as they came in for a reason that Mr. Satterthwaite soon found out. "Heart failure," he murmured, as he touched the cold, rigid shoulder. "Perhaps it is best that way." Chapter 22 had always been singularly reticent. It was extraordinary how little Mr. Satterthwaite knew about him. "But perhaps," continued the little man, "you have your own car waiting." "No," said Mr. Quinn, "I have no car waiting." "Then—" But Mr. Quinn shook his head. "You are most kind," he said, "but I prefer to go my own way. Besides," he said with a rather curious smile, "if anything should happen, it will be for you to act. Good night, and thank you. Once again, we have seen the drama together." He had gone so quickly that Mr. Satterthwaite had no time to protest, but he was left with a faint uneasiness stirring in his mind. To what drama did Mr. Quinn refer Pagliacci, or another, Masters? Mr. Satterthwaite's chauffeur was in the habit of waiting in a side street. His master disliked the long delay while the cars drew up in turn before the opera house. Now, as on previous occasions, he walked rapidly round the corner and along the street towards where he knew he should find Masters awaiting him. Just in front of him were a girl and a man, and even as he recognized them, another man joined them. It all broke out in a minute. A man's voice, angrily uplifted. Another man's voice, in injured protest. And then the scuffle. Blows. Angry breathing. More blows. The form of a policeman appearing majestically from nowhere. And in another minute, Mr. Satterthwaite was beside the girl, where she shrank back against the wall. "Allow me," he said. "You must not stay here." He took her by the arm and marshaled her swiftly down the street. Once she looked back. "Oughtn't I?" she began uncertainly. Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. "It would be very unpleasant for you to be mixed up in it. You would probably be asked to go along to the police station with them. I am sure neither of your friends would wish that." He stopped. "This is my car. If you will allow me to do so, I shall have much pleasure in driving you home." The girl looked at him searchingly. The staid respectability of Mr. Satterthwaite impressed her favorably. She bent her head. "Thank you," she said, and got into the car, the door of which Masters was holding open. In reply to a question from Mr. Satterthwaite, she gave an address in Chelsea, and he got in beside her. The girl was upset and not in the mood for talking, and Mr. Satterthwaite was too tactful to intrude upon her thoughts. Presently, however, she turned to him and spoke of her own accord. "I wish," she said pettishly, "people wouldn't be so silly." "It is a nuisance," agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. His matter-of-fact manner put her at her ease, and she went on as though feeling the need of confiding in someone. "It wasn't as though, well, it was like this. Mr. Eastney and I have been friends for a long time, ever since I came to London. He's taken no end of trouble about my voice and got me some very good introductions, and he's been more kind to me than I can say. He's absolutely music mad. It was very good of him to take me tonight. I'm sure he can't really afford it." And then Mr. Burns came up and spoke to us. Quite nicely, I'm sure. And Phil, Mr. Eastney got sulky about it. I don't know why he should. It's a free country, I'm sure. And Mr. Burns is always pleasant and good-tempered. Then just as we were walking to the tube, he came up and joined us. And he hadn't so much as said 2 words before Philip flew out at him like a madman. And, "Oh, I don't like it." "Don't you?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite very softly. She blushed, but very little. There was none of the conscious siren about her. A certain measure of pleasurable excitement in being fought for there must be. That was only nature. But Mr. Satterthwaite decided that a worried perplexity lay uppermost, and he had the clue to it in another moment, when she observed inconsequently, "I do hope he hasn't hurt him." Now, which is him, thought Mr. Satterthwaite, smiling to himself in the darkness. He backed his own judgment and said, "You hope Mr. Eastney hasn't hurt Mr. Burns." She nodded. "Yes, that's what I said. It seems so dreadful." I wish I knew. The car was drawing up. Are you on the telephone? He asked. Yes. If you like, I will find out exactly what has happened and then telephone to you. The girl's face brightened. Oh, that would be very kind of you. Are you sure it's not too much bother? Not in the least. She thanked him again and gave him her telephone number, adding with a touch of shyness, "My name is Gillian West." As he was driven through the night, bound on his errand, a curious smile came to Mr. Satterthwaite's lips. He thought, so that is all it is. The shape of a face, the curve of a jaw. But he fulfilled his promise. The following Sunday afternoon, Mr. Satterthwaite went to Kew Gardens to admire the rhododendrons. Very long ago, incredibly long ago. It seemed to Mr. Satterthwaite he had driven down to Kew Gardens with a certain young lady to see the bluebells. Mr. Satterthwaite had arranged very carefully beforehand in his own mind exactly what he was going to say, and the precise words he would use in asking the young lady for her hand in marriage. He was just conning them over in his mind, and responding to her raptures about the bluebells a little absent-mindedly, when the shock came. The young lady stopped exclaiming at the bluebells, and suddenly confided in Mr. Satterthwaite as a true friend her love for another. Mr. Satterthwaite put away the little set speech he had prepared, and hastily rummaged for sympathy and friendship in the bottom drawer of his mind. Such was Mr. Satterthwaite's romance, a rather tepid early Victorian one, but it had left him with a romantic attachment to Kew Gardens, and he would often go there to see the bluebells, or, if he had been abroad later than usual, the rhododendrons, and would sigh to himself, and feel rather sentimental, and really enjoy himself very much indeed in an old-fashioned, romantic way. This particular afternoon he was strolling back past the tea-houses when he recognized a couple sitting at one of the small tables on the grass. They were Gillian West and the fair young man, and at that same moment they recognized him. He saw the girl flush and speak eagerly to her companion. In another minute he was shaking hands with them both, in his correct, rather prim fashion, and had accepted the shy invitation, proffered him to have tea with them. "I can't tell you, sir," said Mr. Burns, "how grateful I am to you for looking after Gillian the other night. She told me all about it." "Yes, indeed," said the girl. "It was ever so kind of you." Mr. Satterthwaite felt pleased and interested in the pair. Their naivete and sincerity touched him. Also, it was to him a peep into a world with which he was not well acquainted. These people were of a class unknown to him. In his little dried-up way, Mr. Satterthwaite could be very sympathetic. Very soon, he was hearing all about his new friends. He noted that Mr. Burns had become Charlie, and he was not unprepared for the statement that the two were engaged. "As a matter of fact," said Mr. Burns with refreshing candor, "it just happened this afternoon, didn't it, Gil?" Burns was a clerk in a shipping firm. He was making a fair salary, had a little money of his own, and the two proposed to be married quite soon. Mr. Satterthwaite listened, and nodded, and congratulated. An ordinary young man, he thought to himself. A very ordinary young man. Nice, straightforward young chap. Plenty to say for himself. Good opinion of himself, without being conceited. Nice. Looking without being unduly handsome. Nothing remarkable about him, and will never set the Thames on fire. And the girl loves him. Aloud, he said, "And Mr. Eastney." He purposely broke off, but he had said enough to produce an effect for which he was not unprepared. Charlie Burns's face darkened, and Jillian looked troubled. More than troubled, he thought. She looked afraid. "I don't like it," she said in a low voice. Her words were addressed to Miss Satterthwaite, as though she knew by instinct that he would understand a feeling incomprehensible to her lover. "You see, he's done a lot for me. He's encouraged me to take up singing and helped me with it. But I've known all the time that my voice wasn't really good, not first class. Of course, I've had engagements." She stopped. "You've had a bit of trouble, too," said Burns. "A girl wants someone to look after her. Jillian's had a lot of unpleasantness." "Mr. Satterthwaite, altogether she's had a lot of unpleasantness. She's a good looker, as you can see, and, well, that often leads to trouble for a girl." Between them, Mr. Satterthwaite became enlightened as to various happenings which were vaguely classed by Burns under the heading of unpleasantness. A young man who had shot himself, the extraordinary conduct of a bank manager who was a married man, a violent stranger who must have been balmy, the wild behavior of an elderly artist, a trail of violence and tragedy that Jillian West had left in her wake, recited in the commonplace tones of Charles Burns. "And it's my opinion," he ended, "that this fellow Eastney is a bit cracked. Jillian would have had trouble with him if I hadn't turned up to look after her." His laugh sounded a little fatuous to Mr. Satterthwaite, and no responsive smile came to the girl's face. She was looking earnestly at Mr. Satterthwaite. "Phil's all right," she said slowly. "He cares for me, I know, and I care for him like a friend, but not anything more. I don't know how he'll take the news about Charlie. I'm sure I'm so afraid he'll be—" She stopped, inarticulate in face of the dangers she vaguely sensed. "If I can help you in any way," said Mr. Satterthwaite warmly, "pray command me." He fancied Charlie Burns looked vaguely resentful, but Jillian said at once, "Thank you." Mr. Satterthwaite left his new friends after having promised to take tea with Jillian on the following Thursday. When Thursday came, Mr. Satterthwaite felt a little thrill of pleasurable anticipation. He thought, "I am an old man, but not too old to be thrilled by a face. A face!" Then he shook his head with a sense of foreboding. Jillian was alone. Charlie Burns was to come in later. She looked much happier, Mr. Satterthwaite thought, as though a load had been lifted from her mind. Indeed, she frankly admitted as much. "I dreaded telling Phil about Charles. It was silly of me. I ought to have known Phil better. He was upset, of course, but no one could have been sweeter. Really sweet he was. Look what he sent me this morning. A wedding present. Isn't it magnificent?" It was indeed rather magnificent for a young man in Philip Eastney's circumstances. A 4-valve wireless set of the latest type. "We both love music so much, you see," explained the girl. "Phil said that when I was listening to a concert on this, I should always think of him a little, and I'm sure I shall, because we have been such friends." "You must be proud of your friend," said Mr. Satterthwaite gently. "He seems to have taken the blow like a true sportsman." Jillian nodded. He saw the quick tears come into her eyes. "He asked me to do one thing for him. Tonight is the anniversary of the day we first met. He asked me if I would stay at home quietly this evening and listen to the wireless program, not to go out with Charlie anywhere. I said, "Of course I would," and that I was very touched, and that I would think of him with a lot of gratitude and affection. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded, but he was puzzled. He was seldom at fault in his delineation of character, and he would have judged Philip Eastney quite incapable of such a sentimental request. The young man must be of a more banal order than he supposed. Gillian evidently thought the idea quite in keeping with her rejected lover's character. Mr. Satterthwaite was just a little, disappointed. He was sentimental himself, and knew it, but he expected better things of the rest of the world. Besides, sentiment belonged to his age. It had no part to play in the modern world. He asked Gillian to sing, and she complied. He told her her voice was charming, but he knew quite well, in his own mind, that it was distinctly second class. Any success that could have come to her in the profession she had adopted would have been won by her face, not her voice. He was not particularly anxious to see young Burns again, so presently he rose to go. It was at that moment that his attention was attracted by an ornament on the mantelpiece, which stood out among the other rather gimcrack objects like a jewel on a dust heap. It was a curving beaker of thin green glass, long-stemmed and graceful, and poised on the edge of it was what looked like a gigantic soap bubble, a ball of iridescent glass. Gillian noticed his absorption. "That's an extra wedding present from Phil. It's rather pretty. I think he works in a sort of glass factory." "It is a beautiful thing," said Mr. Satterthwaite reverently. "The glass blowers of Murano might have been proud of that." Peace. He went away with his interest in Philip Eastney strangely stimulated, an extraordinarily interesting young man. And yet the girl with the wonderful face preferred Charlie Burns. What a strange and inscrutable universe it had just occurred to Mr. Satterthwaite that, owing to the remarkable beauty of Gillian West, his evening with Mr. Quinn had somehow missed fire. As a rule, every meeting with that mysterious individual had resulted in some strange and unforeseen happening. It was with the hope of perhaps running against the man of mystery that Mr. Satterthwaite bent his steps towards the Arlecchino restaurant, where once, in the days gone by, he had met Mr. Quinn, and which Mr. Quinn had said he often frequented. Mr. Satterthwaite went from room to room at the Arlecchino, looking hopefully about him, but there was no sign of Mr. Quinn's dark, smiling face. There was, however, somebody else. Sitting at a small table alone was Philip Eastney. The place was crowded, and Mr. Satterthwaite took his seat opposite the young man. He felt a sudden strange sense of exaltation, as though he were caught up and made part of a shimmering pattern of events. He was in this thing, whatever it was. He knew now what Mr. Quinn had meant that evening at the opera. There was a drama going on, and in it was a part, an important part, for Mr. Satterthwaite. He must not fail to take his cue and speak his lines. He sat down opposite Philip Eastney with the sense of accomplishing the inevitable. It was easy enough to get into conversation. Eastney seemed anxious to talk. Mr. Satterthwaite was, as always, an encouraging and sympathetic listener. They talked of the war, of explosives, of poison gases. Eastney had a lot to say about these last, for during the greater part of the war, he had been engaged in their manufacture. Mr. Satterthwaite found him really interesting. "There was one gas," Eastney said, "that had never been tried." The armistice had come too soon. Great things had been hoped for it, One whiff of it was deadly. He warmed to animation as he spoke. Having broken the ice, Mr. Satterthwaite gently turned the conversation to music. Eastney's thin face lit up. He spoke with the passion and abandon of the real music lover. They discussed Yoshbim, and the young man was enthusiastic. Both he and Mr. Satterthwaite agreed that nothing on earth could surpass a really fine tenor voice. Eastney, as a boy, had heard Caruso, and he had never forgotten it. "Do you know that he could sing to a wine glass and shatter it?" he demanded. "I always thought that was a fable," said Mr. Satterthwaite, smiling. "No, it's gospel truth. I believe the thing's quite possible. It's a question of resonance." He went off into technical details. His face was flushed and his eyes shone. The subject seemed to fascinate him. And Mr. Satterthwaite noted that he seemed to have a thorough grasp of what he was talking about. The elder man realized that he was talking to an exceptional brain, a brain that might almost be described as that of a genius, brilliant, erratic, undecided as yet as to the true channel to give it outlet, but undoubtedly genius. And he thought of Charlie Burns and wondered at Gillian West. It was with quite a start that he realized how late it was getting, and he called for his bill. Eastney looked slightly apologetic. "I'm ashamed of myself, running on so," he said, "but it was a lucky chance sent you along here tonight. I needed someone to talk to this evening." He ended his speech with a curious little laugh. His eyes were still blazing with some subdued excitement. Yet there was something tragic about him. "It has been quite a pleasure," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Our conversation has been most interesting and instructive to me." He then made his funny, courteous little bow and passed out of the restaurant, and the night was a warm one, and as he walked slowly down the street, a very odd fancy came to him. He had the feeling that he was not alone, that someone was walking by his side. In vain he told himself that the idea was a delusion. It persisted. Someone was walking beside him down that dark, quiet street. Someone whom he could not see. He wondered what it was that brought the figure of Mr. Quinn so clearly before his mind. He felt exactly as though Mr. Quinn were there walking beside him, and yet he had only to use his eyes to assure himself that it was not so, that he was alone. But the thought of Mr. Quinn persisted, and with it came something else, a need, an urgency of some kind, an oppressive foreboding of calamity. There was something he must do, and do quickly. There was something very wrong, and it lay in his hands to put it right. So strong was the feeling that Mr. Satterthwaite forbore to fight against it. Instead, he shut his eyes and tried to bring that mental image of Mr. Quinn nearer. If he could only have asked Mr. Quinn. But even as the thought flashed through his mind, he knew it was wrong. It was never any use asking Mr. Quinn anything. "The threads are all in your hands." That was the kind of thing Mr. Quinn would say. The threads. Threads of what? He analyzed his own feeling and impressions carefully. That presentiment of danger. Now, whom did it threaten? At once a picture rose up before his eyes. The picture of Gillian West sitting alone listening to the wireless. Mr. Satterthwaite flung a penny to a passing newspaper boy and snatched at a paper. He turned at once to the London radio program. Yoashbim was broadcasting tonight. He noted with interest. He was singing Salve Demora from Faust and Afterwards, a selection of his folk songs, the shepherd's song, the fish, the little deer, etc. Mr. Satterthwaite crumpled the paper together. The knowledge of what Gillian was listening to seemed to make the picture of her clearer. Sitting there alone, an odd request, that of Philip Eastney's. Not like the man, not like him at all. There was no sentimentality in Eastney. He was a man of violent feeling, a dangerous man. Perhaps. Again, his thought brought up with a jerk. A dangerous man. That meant something. The threads are all in your hands. That meeting with Philip Eastney tonight. Rather odd. A lucky chance. Eastney had said, was it chance, or was it part of that interwoven design of which Mr. Satterthwaite had once or twice been conscious this evening? He cast his mind back. There must be something in Eastney's conversation, some clue there. There must. Or else why this strange feeling of urgency? What had he talked about? Singing, war work, Caruso. Caruso. Mr. Satterthwaite's thoughts went off at a tangent. Joachim's voice was very nearly equal to that of Caruso. Gillian would be sitting listening to it now, as it rang out true and powerful, echoing round the room, setting glasses ringing. He caught his breath. Glasses ringing Caruso, singing to a wine glass, and the wine glass breaking. Joachim singing in the London studio, and in a room over a mile away, the crash and tinkle of glass, not a wine glass. A thin, green glass beaker, a crystal soap bubble falling, a soap bubble that perhaps was not empty. It was at that moment that Mr. Satterthwaite, as judged by passers-by, suddenly went mad. He tore open the newspaper once more, took a brief glance at the wireless announcements, and then began to run for his life down the quiet street. At the end of it, he found a crawling taxi, and jumping into it, he yelled an address to the driver and the information that it was life or death to get there quickly. The driver, judging him mentally afflicted but rich, did his utmost. Mr. Satterthwaite lay back, his head a jumble of fragmentary thoughts. Forgotten bits of science learned at school, phrases used by Eastney that night. Resonance, natural periods. If the period of the force coincides with the natural period, there was something about a suspension bridge. Soldiers marching over it, and the swing of their stride being the same as the period of the bridge. Eastney had studied the subject. Eastney knew. And Eastney was a genius. At 10:45, Joachim was to broadcast. It was that now? Yes. But the Faust had to come first. It was the shepherd's song, with the great shout after the refrain that would do what his mind went whirling round again. Tones, overtones, half-tones. He didn't know much about these things, but Eastney knew. Pray heaven he would be in time. The taxi stopped. Mr. Satterthwaite flung himself out and raced up the stone stairs to a second floor like a young athlete. The door of the flat was ajar. He pushed it open, and the great tenor voice welcomed him. The words of the shepherd's song were familiar to him in a less unconventional setting. Shepherd, see they horses' flowing mane. He was in time then. He burst open the sitting-room door. Gillian was sitting there in a tall chair by the fireplace. Byra Misha's daughter is to wed today. To the wedding I must haste away. She must have thought him mad. He clutched at her, crying out something incomprehensible, and half pulled, half dragged her out till they stood upon the stairway. To the wedding I must haste away. Yaha! A wonderful high note, full-throated, powerful, hit full in the middle. A note any singer might be proud of. And with it, another sound. The faint tinkle of broken glass. A stray cat darted past them and in through the flat door. Gillian made a movement, but Mr. Satterthwaite held her back, speaking incoherently. No, no, it's deadly no smell. Nothing to warn you, a mere whiff, and it's all over. Nobody knows quite how deadly it would be. It's unlike anything that's ever been tried before. He was repeating the things that Philip Eastney had told him over the table at dinner. Gillian stared at him uncomprehendingly. Philip Eastney drew out his watch and looked at it. It was just 11:30. For the past 3/4 of an hour, he had been pacing up and down the embankment. He looked out over the Thames and then turned to look into the face of his dinner companion. "That's odd," he said, and laughed. "We seem fated to run into each other tonight." "If you call it fate," said Mr. Satterthwaite. Philip Eastney looked at him more attentively, and his own expression changed. "Yes," he said quietly. Mr. Satterthwaite went straight to the point. "I have just come from Miss West's flat." "Yes." The same voice, with the same deadly quiet. "We have taken a dead cat out of it." There was silence. Then Eastney said, "Who are you?" Mr. Satterthwaite spoke for some time. He recited the whole history of events. "So you see, I was in time." He ended up. He paused and added quite gently, "Have you anything to say?" He expected something. Some outburst. Some wild justification. But nothing came. "No," said Philip Eastney quietly, and turned on his heel and walked away. Messrs. Satterthwaite looked after him till his figure was swallowed up in the gloom. In spite of himself, he had a strange fellow feeling for Eastney, the feeling of an artist for another artist, of a sentimentalist for a real lover, of a plain man for a genius. At last he roused himself with a start and began to walk in the same direction as Eastney. A fog was beginning to come up. Presently, he met a policeman who looked at him suspiciously. "Did you hear a kind of splash just now?" asked the policeman. "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite. The policeman was peering out over the river. "Another of these suicides, I expect." He grunted disconsolately. "They will do it." "I suppose," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "that they have their reasons." "Money, mostly," said the policeman. "Sometimes it's a woman," he said, as he prepared to move away. "It's not always their fault, but some women cause a lot of trouble." "Some women," agreed Mr. Satterthwaite softly. When the policeman had gone on, he sat down on a seat with the fog coming up all around him, and thought about Helen of Troy, and wondered if she were a nice, ordinary woman, blessed or cursed with a wonderful face. Chapter 23. "You may smile," he said, "but I do. They upset everything. They interfere. They get between you and your work. I only once met a woman who was, well, interesting." "I thought there would be one," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Not in the way you mean. I just met her casually. As a matter of fact, it was in a train. After all," he added defiantly, "why shouldn't one meet people in trains? Certainly, certainly. said Mr. Satterthwaite soothingly. A train is as good a place as anywhere else. It was coming down from the north. We had the carriage to ourselves. I don't know why. But we began to talk. I don't know her name, and I don't suppose I shall ever meet her again. I don't know that I want to. It might be a pity. He paused, struggling to express himself. She wasn't quite real. You know, shadowy, like one of the people who come out of the hills in Gaelic fairy tales. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded gently. His imagination pictured the scene easily enough. The very positive and realistic Bristow, and a figure that was silvery and ghostly, shadowy. As Bristow had said, I suppose if something very terrible had happened, so terrible as to be almost unbearable, one might get like that. One might run away from reality into a half-world of one's own, and then, of course, after a time, one wouldn't be able to get back. Was that what had happened to her? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite, curiously. I don't know, said Bristow. She didn't tell me anything. I am only guessing. One has to guess if one is going to get anywhere. Yes, said Mr. Satterthwaite slowly. One has to guess. He looked up as the door opened. He looked up quickly and expectantly, but the butler's words disappointed him. A lady, sir, has called to see you on very urgent business. Miss Aspasia Glenn? Mr. Satterthwaite rose in some astonishment. He knew the name of Aspasia Glenn, who in London did not first advertised as the woman with the scarf. She had given a series of matinees single-handed that had taken London by storm. With the aid of her scarf, she had impersonated rapidly various characters. In turn, the scarf had been the coif of a nun, the shawl of a mill worker, the headdress of a peasant, and 100 other things. And in each impersonation, Aspasia Glenn had been totally and utterly different. As an artist, Mr. Satterthwaite paid full reverence to her. As it happened, he had never made her acquaintance. A call upon him at this unusual hour intrigued him greatly. With a few words of apology to the others, he left the room and crossed the hall to the drawing-room. Miss Glenn was sitting in the very center of a large settee upholstered in gold brocade. So poised, she dominated the room. Mr. Satterthwaite perceived at once that she meant to dominate the situation. Curiously enough, his first feeling was one of repulsion. He had been a sincere admirer of Aspasia Glenn's art. Her personality, as conveyed to him over the footlights, had been appealing and sympathetic. Her effects there had been wistful and suggestive rather than commanding. But now, face to face with the woman herself, he received a totally different impression. There was something ruddy, bold, forceful about her. She was tall and dark, possibly about 35 years of age. She was undoubtedly very good-looking, and she clearly relied upon the fact, "You must forgive this unconventional call." "Mr. Satterthwaite," she said. Her voice was full and rich and seductive. "I won't say that I have wanted to know you for a long time, but I am glad of the excuse. As for coming tonight," she laughed, "well, when I want a thing, I simply can't wait. When I want a thing, I simply must have it. Any excuse that has brought me such a charming lady guest must be welcomed by me." said Mr. Satterthwaite in an old-fashioned, gallant manner. "How nice you are to me," said Aspasia Glenn. "My dear lady," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "may I thank you here and now for the pleasure you have so often given me in my seat in the stalls?" She smiled delightfully at him. "I am coming straight to the point. I was at the Harchester Galleries today. I saw a picture there I simply couldn't live without. I wanted to buy it, and I couldn't because you had already bought it. So," she paused, "I do want it so." She went on, "Dear Mr. Satterthwaite, I simply must have it. I brought my checkbook." She looked at him hopefully. "Everyone tells me you are so frightfully kind. People are kind to me. You know, it is very bad for me. But there it is. So these were Aspasia Glenn's methods." Mr. Satterthwaite was inwardly coldly critical of this ultra-femininity and of this spoilt child pose. It ought to appeal to him, he supposed, but it didn't. Aspasia Glenn had made a mistake. She had judged him as an elderly dilettante, easily flattered by a pretty woman. But Mr. Satterthwaite, behind his gallant manner, had a shrewd and critical mind. He saw people pretty well as they were, not as they wished to appear to him. He saw before him not a charming woman pleading for a whim, but a ruthless egoist determined to get her own way for some reason which was obscure to him, and he knew quite certainly that Aspasia Glenn was not going to get her own way. He was not going to give up the picture of the dead harlequin to her. He sought rapidly in his mind for the best way of circumventing her without overt rudeness. "I am sure," he said, "that everyone gives you your own way as often as they can, and is only too delighted to do so." "Then you are really going to let me have the picture?" Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head slowly and regretfully. "I am afraid that is impossible. You see," he paused, "I bought that picture for a lady. It is a present." "Oh, but surely—" The telephone on the table rang sharply. With a murmured word of excuse, Mr. Satterthwaite took up the receiver. A voice spoke to him, a small, cold voice that sounded very far away. "Can I speak to Mr. Satterthwaite, please?" "It is Mr. Satterthwaite speaking." "I am Lady Charnley, Alex Charnley. I dare say you don't remember me, Mr. Satterthwaite. It is a great many years since we met." "My dear Alex, of course, I remember you. There is something I wanted to ask you. I was at the Harchester Galleries at an exhibition of pictures today. There was one called The Dead Harlequin. Perhaps you recognized it. It was the terrace room at Charnley. I want to have that picture. It was sold to you." She paused. "Mr. Satterthwaite, for reasons of my own, I want that picture. Will you resell it to me?" Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, "Why, this is a miracle." As he spoke into the receiver, he was thankful that Aspasia Glenn could only hear one side of the conversation. "If you will accept my gift, dear lady, it will make me very happy." He heard a sharp exclamation behind him and hurried on. "I bought it for you. I did indeed. But listen, my dear Alex, I want to ask you to do me a great favor, if you will." "Of course, Mr. Satterthwaite, I am so very grateful," he went on. "I want you to come round now to my house, at once." There was a slight pause, and then she answered quietly, "I will come at once." Mr. Satterthwaite put down the receiver and turned to Miss Glenn. She said quickly and angrily, "That was the picture you were talking about." "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "The lady to whom I am presenting it is coming round to this house in a few minutes." Suddenly, Aspasia Glenn's face broke once more into smiles. "You will give me a chance of persuading her to turn the picture over to me. I will give you a chance of persuading her." Inwardly, he was strangely excited. He was in the midst of a drama that was shaping itself to some foredoomed end. He, the looker-on, was playing a star part. He turned to Miss Glenn. "Will you come into the other room with me? I should like you to meet some friends of mine." He held the door open for her and, crossing the hall, opened the door of the smoking room. "Miss Glenn," he said, "let me introduce you to an old friend of mine, Colonel Monckton, Mr. Bristow, the painter of the picture you admire so much." Then he started as a third figure rose from the chair which he had left empty beside his own. "I think you expected me this evening," said Mr. Quinn. "During your absence, I introduced myself to your friends. I am so glad I was able to drop in." "My dear friend," said Mr. Satterthwaite, I have been carrying on as well as I am able, but—" He stopped before the slightly sardonic glance of Mr. Quinn's dark eyes. "Let me introduce you. Mr. Harley Quinn. Miss Aspasia Glenn." Was it fancy, or did she shrink back slightly? A curious expression flitted over her face. Suddenly, Bristow broke in boisterously. "I have got it." "Got what?" "Got hold of what was puzzling me. There is a likeness. There is a distinct likeness." He was staring curiously at Mr. Quinn. "You see it?" He turned to Mr. Satterthwaite. "Don't you see a distinct likeness to the harlequin of my picture, the man looking in through the window?" It was no fancy this time. He distinctly heard Miss Glenn draw in her breath sharply, and even saw that she stepped back one pace. "I told you that I was expecting someone," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He spoke with an air of triumph. "I must tell you that my friend, Mr. Quinn, is a most extraordinary person. He can unravel mysteries. He can make you see things." "Are you a medium, sir?" demanded Colonel Monckton, eyeing Mr. Quinn doubtfully. The latter smiled and slowly shook his head. "Mr. Satterthwaite exaggerates," he said quietly. "Once or twice when I have been with him, he has done some extraordinarily good deductive work. Why he puts the credit down to me, I can't say. His modesty, I suppose—" "No, no," said Mr. Satterthwaite excitedly. "It isn't. You make me see things that I ought to have seen all along, that I actually have seen, but without knowing that I saw them. It sounds to me deuced complicated," said Colonel Monckton. "Not really," said Mr. Quinn. "The trouble is that we are not content just to see things. We will tack the wrong interpretation onto the things we see." Aspasia Glenn turned to Frank Bristow. "I want to know," she said nervously. "What put the idea of painting that picture into your head?" Bristow shrugged his shoulders. "I don't quite know," he confessed. "Something about the place, about Charnley, took hold of my imagination. The big empty room, the terrace outside, the idea of ghosts and things. I suppose I have just been hearing the tale of the last Lord Charnley, who shot himself, and supposing you are dead, and your spirit lives on, it must be odd, you know. You might stand outside on the terrace, looking in at the window, at your own dead body, and you would see everything." "What do you mean?" said Aspasia Glenn. "See everything." "Well, you would see what happened. You would see The door opened, and the butler announced Lady Charnley. Mr. Satterthwaite went to meet her. He had not seen her for nearly 13 years. He remembered her as she once was, an eager, glowing girl. And now he saw a frozen lady, very fair, very pale, with an air of drifting rather than walking. A snowflake driven at random by an icy breeze. Something unreal about her, so cold, so far away. "It was very good of you to come," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He led her forward. She made a half gesture of recognition towards Miss Glenn, and then paused as the other made no response. "I am so sorry," she murmured. "But surely I have met you somewhere, haven't I?" "Over the footlights, perhaps," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "This is Miss Aspasia Glenn, Lady Charnley. I am very pleased to meet you." "Lady Charnley," said Aspasia Glenn. Her voice had suddenly a slight transatlantic tinge to it. Mr. Satterthwaite was reminded of one of her various stage impersonations. "Colonel Monckton, you know," continued Mr. Satterthwaite. "And this is Mr. Bristow." He saw a sudden faint tinge of color in her cheeks. "Mr. Bristow and I have met too," she said, and smiled a little. "In a train. And Mr. Harley Quinn." He watched her closely, but this time there was no flicker of recognition. He set a chair for her, and then, seating himself, he cleared his throat and spoke a little nervously. This is rather an unusual little gathering. It centers round this picture. I think that if we liked, we could clear things up." "You are not going to hold a séance?" "Satterthwaite," asked Colonel Monckton, "you are very odd this evening." "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "not exactly a séance. But my friend, Mr. Quinn, believes, and I agree, that one can, by looking back over the past, see things as they were, and not as they appeared to be." "The past," said Lady Charnley. "I am speaking of your husband's suicide. Alex, I know it hurts you." "No," said Alex Charnley. "It doesn't hurt me. Nothing hurts me now." Mr. Satterthwaite thought of Frank Bristow's words. "She was not quite real, you know. Shadowy, like one of the people who come out of hills in Gaelic fairy tales. Shadowy." He had called her. That described her exactly. A shadow. A reflection of something else. Where then was the real Alex? And his mind answered quickly. "In the past, divided from us by 14 years of time." "My dear," he said, "you frighten me. You are like the weeping lady with the silver ewer." Crash. The coffee cup on this table, by Aspasia's elbow, fell shattered to the floor. Mr. Satterthwaite waved aside her apologies. He thought, "We are getting nearer. We are getting nearer every minute. But nearer to what? Let us take our minds back to that night 14 years ago," he said. "Lord Charnley killed himself. For what reason, no one knows." Lady Charnley stirred slightly in her chair. "Lady Charnley knows," said Frank Bristow abruptly. "Nonsense," said Colonel Monckton, then stopped, frowning at her curiously. She was looking across at the artist. It was as though he drew the words out of her. She spoke, nodding her head slowly, and her voice was like a snowflake, cold and soft. "Yes, you are quite right. I know. That is why, as long as I live, I can never go back to Charnley. That is why, when my boy Dick wants me to open the place up and live there again, I tell him it can't be done." "Will you tell us the reason?" Lady Charnley, said Mr. Quinn. She looked at him. Then, as though hypnotized, she spoke as quietly and naturally as a child. I will tell you if you like. Nothing seems to matter very much now. I found a letter among his papers, and I destroyed it. What letter? Said Mr. Quinn. The letter from the girl, from that poor child. She was the Merriam's nursery governess. He had made love to her, yes, while he was engaged to me, just before we were married. And she was going to have a child too. She wrote saying so, and that she was going to tell me about it. So, you see, he shot himself. She looked round at them wearily and dreamily, like a child who has repeated a lesson it knows too well. Colonel Monckton blew his nose. My God, he said. So that was it. Well, that explains things with a vengeance. Does it? Said Mr. Satterthwaite. It doesn't explain one thing. It doesn't explain why Mr. Bristow painted that picture. What do you mean? Mr. Satterthwaite looked across at Mr. Quinn as though for encouragement, and apparently got it, for he proceeded, Yes, I know I sound mad to all of you, but that picture is the focus of the whole thing. We are all here tonight because of that picture. That picture had to be painted. That is what I mean. You mean the uncanny influence of the oak parlor, began Colonel Monckton. No, said Mr. Satterthwaite, not the oak parlor, the terrace room. That is it. The spirit of the dead man standing outside the window and looking in and seeing his own dead body on the floor. Which he couldn't have done, said the colonel, because the body was in the oak parlor. Supposing it wasn't, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Supposing it was exactly where Mr. Bristow saw it. Saw it imaginatively. I mean, on the black and white flags in front of the window. You're talking nonsense, said Colonel Monckton. If it was there, we shouldn't have found it in the oak parlor. Not unless someone carried it there, said Mr. Satterthwaite. And in that case, how could we have seen Charnley going in at the door of the oak parlor? Inquired Colonel Monckton. Well, you didn't see his face, did you? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite. What I mean is, you saw a man going into the oak parlor in fancy dress, I suppose. Brocade things and a wig, said Monckton. Just so. And you thought it was Lord Charnley, because the girl called out to him as Lord Charnley. And because when we broke in a few minutes later, there was only Lord Charnley there dead. You can't get away from that. Satterthwaite. No, said Mr. Satterthwaite, discouraged. No, unless there was a hiding place of some kind. Weren't you saying something about there being a priest's hole in that room? Put in Frank Bristow. Oh, cried Mr. Satterthwaite. Supposing. He waved a hand for silence and sheltered his forehead with his other hand, and then spoke slowly and hesitatingly. I have got an idea. It may be just an idea, but I think it hangs together. Supposing someone shot Lord Charnley, shot him in the terrace room. Then he and another person dragged the body into the oak parlor. They laid it down there with the pistol by its right hand. Now we go on to the next step. It must seem absolutely certain that Lord Charnley has committed suicide. I think that could be done very easily. The man in his brocade and wig passes along the hall by the oak parlor door, and someone, to make sure of things, calls out to him and as Lord Charnley from the top of the stairs. He goes in and locks both doors and fires a shot into the woodwork. There were bullet holes already in that room, if you remember. One more wouldn't be noticed. He then hides quietly in the secret chamber. The doors are broken open and people rush in. It seems certain that Lord Charnley has committed suicide. No other hypothesis is even entertained. Well, I think that is balderdash, said Colonel Monckton. You forget that Charnley had a motive right enough for suicide. A letter found afterwards, said Mr. Satterthwaite. A lying, cruel letter written by a very clever and unscrupulous little actress who meant one day to be Lady Charnley herself. You mean, I mean the girl in league with Hugo Charnley, said Mr. Satterthwaite. You know, Monckton, everyone knows, that that man was a blackguard. He thought that he was certain to come into the title. He turned sharply to Lady Charnley. What was the name of the girl who wrote that letter? Monica Ford, said Lady Charnley. Was it Monica Ford, Monckton, who called out to Lord Charnley from the top of the stairs? Yes. Now you come to speak of it. I believe it was. Oh, that's impossible, said Lady Charnley. I went to her about it. She told me it was all true. I only saw her once afterwards. But surely she couldn't have been acting the whole time. Mr. Satterthwaite looked across the room at Aspasia Glen. I think she could, he said quietly. I think she had in her the makings of a very accomplished actress. There is one thing you haven't got over, said Frank Bristow. There would be blood on the floor of the terrace room. Bound to be. They couldn't clear that up in a hurry. No, admitted Mr. Satterthwaite, but there is one thing they could do, a thing that would only take a second or two. They could throw over the bloodstains the Baccara rug. Nobody ever saw the Baccara rug in the terrace room before that night. I believe you are right, said Monckton, but all the same those bloodstains would have to be cleared up sometime. Yes, said Mr. Satterthwaite, in the middle of the night. A woman with a jug and basin could go down the stairs and clear up the bloodstains quite easily. But supposing someone saw her, it wouldn't matter, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I am speaking now of things as they are. I said a woman with a jug and basin. But if I had said a weeping lady with a silver ewer, that is what they would have appeared to be. He got up and went across to Aspasia Glen. That is what you did, wasn't it? He said. They call you the woman with the scarf now. But it was that night you played your first part, the weeping lady with the silver ewer. That is why you knocked the coffee cup off that table just now. You were afraid when you saw that picture. You thought someone knew. Lady Charnley stretched out a white accusing hand. Monica Ford, she breathed. I recognize you now. Aspasia Glen sprang to her feet with a cry. She pushed little Mr. Satterthwaite aside with a shove of the hand and stood shaking in front of Mr. Quinn. So I was right. Someone did know, oh. I haven't been deceived by this tomfoolery. This pretense of working things out. She pointed at Mr. Quinn. You were there. You were there outside the window looking in. You saw what we did, Hugo and I. I knew there was someone looking in. I felt it all the time. And yet when I looked up, there was nobody there. I knew someone was watching us. I thought once I caught a glimpse of a face at the window. It has frightened me all these years. Why did you break silence now? That is what I want to know. Perhaps so that the dead may rest in peace, said Mr. Quinn. Suddenly, Aspasia Glen made a rush for the door and stood there flinging a few defiant words over her shoulder. Do what you like. God knows there are witnesses enough to what I have been saying. I don't care. I don't care. I loved Hugo, and I helped him with the ghastly business, and he chucked me afterwards. He died last year. You can set the police on my tracks if you like. But as that little dried-up fellow there said, I am a pretty good actress. They will find it hard to find me." She crashed the door behind her, and a moment later, they heard the slam of the front door. Also, "Reggie!" cried Lady Charnley. "Reggie!" Well, the tears were streaming down her face. "Oh, my dear, my dear. I can go back to Charnley now. I can live there with Dickie. I can tell him what his father was, the finest, the most splendid man in all the world. We must consult very seriously as to what must be done in the matter," said Colonel Monckton. "Alex, my dear, if you will let me take you home, I shall be glad to have a few words with you on the subject." Lady Charnley rose. She came across to Mr. Satterthwaite, and laying both hands on his shoulders, she kissed him very gently. "It is so wonderful to be alive again, after being so long dead," she said. "It was like being dead, you know. Thank you, dear Mr. Satterthwaite." She went out of the room with Colonel Monckton. Mr. Satterthwaite gazed after them. A grunt from Frank Bristow, whom he had forgotten, made him turn sharply round. "She is a lovely creature," said Bristow moodily, "but she's not nearly so interesting as she was," he said gloomily. "There speaks the artist," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Well, she isn't," said Mr. Bristow. "I suppose I should only get the cold shoulder if I ever went butting in at Charnley. I don't want to go where I am not wanted." "My dear young man," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "if you will think a little less of the impression you are making on other people, you will, I think, be wiser and happier. You would also do well to disabuse your mind of some very old-fashioned notions, one of which is that birth has any significance at all in our modern conditions. You are one of those large proportioned young men whom women always consider good-looking, and you have possibly, if not certainly, genius. Just say that over to yourself 10 times before you go to bed every night, and in 3 months' time, go and call on Lady Charnley at Charnley. That is my advice to you, and I am an old man with considerable experience of the world." A very charming smile suddenly spread over the artist's face. "You have been thunderingly good to me," he said suddenly. He seized Mr. Satterthwaite's hand and wrung it in a powerful grip. "I am no end grateful. I must be off now. Thanks very much for one of the most extraordinary evenings I have ever spent." He looked round as though to say good-bye to someone else, and then started. "I say, sir, your friend has gone. I never saw him go. He is rather a queer bird, isn't he? He goes and comes very suddenly," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "That is one of his characteristics. One doesn't always see him come and go." "Like Harlequin," said Frank Bristow. "He is invisible," and laughed heartily at his own joke. Chapter 24. Peace. He wished the world had not become definitely so noisy. Suddenly, Mabel Annesley broke off, smiled across the room at him, and began to sing a song of Grieg's, "My Swan, My Fair One." It was a favorite of Mr. Satterthwaite's. He liked the note of ingenuous surprise at the end. "Were't only a swan then, a swan then." After that, the party broke up. Madge offered drinks, whilst her father picked up the discarded ukulele and began twanging it absent-mindedly. The party exchanged good nights, drifted nearer and nearer to the door. Everyone talked at once. Gerard Annesley slipped away unostentatiously, leaving the others outside the drawing-room door. Mr. Satterthwaite bade Mrs. Graham a ceremonious good night. There were 2 staircases, one close at hand, the other at the end of a long corridor. It was by the latter that Mr. Satterthwaite reached his room. Mrs. Graham and her son passed by the stairs near at hand, whence the quiet Gerard Annesley had already preceded them. "You'd better get your ukulele, Mabel," said Madge. "You'll forget it in the morning if you don't. You've got to make such an early start." "Come on, Mr. Satterthwaite," said Doris Coles, seizing him boisterously by one arm. "Early to bed, etc." Madge took him by the other arm, and all 3 ran down the corridor to peals of Doris's laughter. They paused at the end to wait for David Keeley, who was following at a much more sedate pace, turning out electric lights as he came. The 4 of them went upstairs together. Mr. Satterthwaite was just preparing to descend to the dining room for breakfast on the following morning, when there was a light tap on the door, and Madge Keeley entered. Her face was dead white, and she was shivering all over. "Oh, Mr. Satterthwaite, my dear child, what's happened?" He took her hand. Mabel Annesley, Yes. What had happened? What? Something terrible. He knew that. Madge could hardly get the words out. She hanged herself last night on the back of her door. Oh, it's too horrible. She broke down, sobbing, hanged herself. Impossible. Incomprehensible. He said a few soothing, old-fashioned words to Madge and hurried downstairs. He found David Keeley looking perplexed and incompetent. "I've telephoned to the police, Satterthwaite. Apparently that's got to be done." "So the doctor said. He's just finished examining the good Lord. It's a beastly business. She must have been desperately unhappy to do it that way. Queer that song last night. Swan song. Eh? She looked rather like a swan. A black swan. Yes. Swan song," repeated Keeley. "Shows it was in her mind, eh?" "It would seem so. Yes. Certainly it would seem so." He hesitated, then asked if he might see. That is. His host comprehended the stammering request. "If you want to. I'd forgotten you have a penchant for human tragedies." He led the way up the broad staircase. Satterthwaite followed him. At the head of the stairs was the room occupied by Roger Graham, and opposite it, on the other side of the passage, his mother's room. The latter door was ajar, and a faint wisp of smoke floated through it. A momentary surprise invaded Mr. Satterthwaite's mind. He had not judged Mrs. Graham to be a woman who smoked so early in the day. Indeed, he had had the idea that she did not smoke at all. They went along the passage to the end door, but one. David Keeley entered the room, and Mr. Satterthwaite followed him. The room was not a very large one, and showed signs of a man's occupation. A door in the wall led into a second room. A bit of cut rope still dangled from a hook high up on the door. On the bed, Mr. Satterthwaite stood for a minute looking down on the heap of huddled chiffon. He noticed that it was ruched and pleated like the plumage of a bird. At the face. After one glance, he did not look again. He glanced from the door with its dangling rope to the communicating door through which they had come. Was that open? Yes, at least the maid says so. Annesley slept in there. Did he hear anything? He says, nothing. Almost incredible, murmured Mr. Satterthwaite. He looked back at the form on the bed. Where is he? Annesley. He's downstairs with the doctor. They went downstairs to find an inspector of police had arrived. Mr. Satterthwaite was agreeably surprised to recognize in him an old acquaintance, Inspector Winkfield. The inspector went upstairs with the doctor, and a few minutes later a request came that all members of the house party should assemble in the drawing room. The blinds had been drawn, and the whole room had a funereal aspect. Doris Coles looked frightened and subdued. Every now and then she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. Madge was resolute and alert, her feelings fully under control by now. Mrs. Graham was composed, as always, her face grave and impassive. The tragedy seemed to have affected her son more keenly than anyone. He looked a positive wreck this morning. David Keeley, as usual, had subsided into the background. The bereaved husband sat alone, a little apart from the others. There was a queer dazed look about him, as though he could hardly realize what had taken place. Mr. Satterthwaite, outwardly composed, was inwardly seething with the importance of a duty shortly to be performed. Inspector Winkfield, followed by Dr. Morris, came in and shut the door behind him. He cleared his throat and spoke. This is a very sad occurrence. Very sad. I'm sure it's necessary, under the circumstances, that I should ask everybody a few questions. You'll not object. I'm sure. I'll begin with Mr. Annesley. You'll forgive my asking, sir, but had your good lady ever threatened to take her life? Mr. Satterthwaite opened his lips impulsively, then closed them again. There was plenty of time. Better not speak too soon. No, I don't think so. His voice was so hesitating, so peculiar, that everyone shot a covert glance at him. You're not sure, sir? Yes, I'm quite sure. She didn't. Were you aware that she was unhappy in any way? No, I wasn't. She said nothing to you about feeling depressed, for instance. No, nothing. Whatever the inspector thought, he said nothing. Instead, he proceeded to his next point. Will you describe to me briefly the events of last night? We all went up to bed. I fell asleep immediately and heard nothing. The housemaid's scream aroused me this morning. I rushed into the adjoining room and found my wife, and found her. His voice broke. The inspector nodded. Yes, that's quite enough. We needn't go into that. When did you last see your wife the night before? Downstairs. Downstairs. Yes, we all left the drawing room together. I went straight up, leaving the others talking in the hall. And you didn't see your wife again? Didn't she say good night when she came up to bed? I was asleep when she came up. But she only followed you a few minutes later. That's right, isn't it, sir? He looked at David Keeley, who nodded. She hadn't come up half an hour later. Annesley spoke stubbornly. The inspector's eyes strayed gently to Mrs. Graham. She didn't stay in your room talking, madame. Did Mr. Satterthwaite fancy it? Or was there a slight pause before Mrs. Graham said, with her customary quiet decision of manner, No, I went straight into my room and closed the door. I heard nothing. And you say, sir? The inspector had shifted his attention back to Annesley. That you slept and heard nothing. The communicating door was open. Was it not? I believe so. But my wife would have entered her room by the other door from the corridor. Even so, sir, there would have been certain sounds, a choking noise, a drumming of heels on the door. No. It was Mr. Satterthwaite who spoke, impetuously, unable to stop himself. Every eye turned towards him in surprise. He himself became nervous, stammered, and turned pink. I, I beg your pardon, Inspector, but I must speak. You are on the wrong track. The wrong track altogether. Mrs. Ansley did not kill herself. I am sure of it. She was murdered. There was a dead silence. Then Inspector Wingfield said quietly, "What leads you to say that, sir?" It is a feeling, a very strong feeling. But I think, sir, there must be more than that to it. There must be some particular reason. Well, of course there was a particular reason. There was the mysterious message from Mr. Quinn. But you couldn't tell a police inspector that. Mr. Satterthwaite cast about desperately and found nothing. Last night, when we were talking together, she said she was very happy. Very happy. Just that wasn't like a woman thinking of committing suicide. He was triumphant. He added, she went back to the drawing room to fetch her ukulele, so that she wouldn't forget it in the morning. That didn't look like suicide either. No, admitted the inspector. No, perhaps it didn't. He turned to David Keeley. Did she take the ukulele upstairs with her? The mathematician tried to remember. I think, yes, she did. She went upstairs carrying it in her hand. I remember seeing it just as she turned the corner of the staircase before I turned off the light down here. Oh, cried Madge, but it's here now. She pointed dramatically to where the ukulele lay on a table. That's curious, said the inspector. He stepped swiftly across and rang the bell. A brief order sent the butler in search of the housemaid whose business it was to do the rooms in the morning. She came and was quite positive in her answer. The ukulele had been there first thing that morning when she had dusted. Inspector Wingfield dismissed her and then said curtly, I would like to speak to Mr. Satterthwaite in private. Please? Everyone may go, but no one is to leave the house. Mr. Satterthwaite twittered into speech as soon as the door had closed behind the others. I'm sure, Inspector, that you have the case excellently in hand. Excellently. I just felt that, having, as I say, a very strong feeling. The inspector arrested further speech with an upraised hand. You're quite right, Mr. Satterthwaite. The lady was murdered. You knew it. Mr. Satterthwaite was chagrined. There were certain things that puzzled Dr. Morris. He looked across at the doctor, who had remained, and the doctor assented to his statement with a nod of the head. We made a thorough examination. The rope that was round her neck wasn't the rope that she was strangled with. It was something much thinner that did the job. Something more like a wire. It had cut right into the flesh. The mark of the rope was superimposed on it. She was strangled and then hung up on the door afterwards to make it look like suicide. But who? Yes, said the inspector. Who? That's the question. What about the husband sleeping next door, who never said good night to his wife, and who heard nothing I should say? We hadn't far to look. Must find out what terms they were on. That's where you can be useful to us. Mr. Satterthwaite, you've the entree here, and you can get the hang of things in a way we can't. Find out what relations there were between the two. I hardly like, began Mr. Satterthwaite, stiffening. It won't be the first murder mystery you've helped us with. I remember the case of Mrs. Strangeways. You've got a flair for that sort of thing, sir, an absolute flair." Yes, it was true. He had a flair. He said quietly, "I will do my best, Inspector." Had Gerard Annesley killed his wife? Had he? Mr. Satterthwaite recalled that look of misery last night. He loved her, and he was suffering. Suffering will drive a man to strange deeds. But there was something else, some other factor. Mabel had spoken of herself as coming out of a wood. She was looking forward to happiness, not a quiet, rational happiness, but a happiness that was irrational, a wild ecstasy. If Gerard Annesley had spoken the truth, Mabel had not come to her room till at least half an hour later than he had done. Yet David Keeley had seen her going up those stairs. There were 2 other rooms occupied in that wing. There was Mrs. Graham's, and there was her son's. But he and Madge, surely Madge would have guessed. But Madge wasn't the guessing kind. All the same, no smoke without fire. Smoke, he remembered. A wisp of smoke curling out through Mrs. Graham's bedroom door. He acted on impulse. Straight up the stairs and into her room. It was empty. He closed the door behind him and locked it. He went across to the grate, a heap of charred fragments. Very gingerly, he raked them over with his finger. His luck was in. In the very center were some unburnt fragments of letters, very disjointed fragments, but they told him something of value. Life can be wonderful. Roger, darling, I never knew. All my life has been a dream till I met you. Roger. Gerard knows. I'm sorry, but what can I do? Nothing is real to me but you. Roger. We shall be together soon. What are you going to tell him at Laydell? Roger. You write strangely, but I am not afraid. Very carefully. Mr. Satterthwaite put the fragments into an envelope from the writing table. He went to the door, unlocked it, and opened it to find himself face to face with Mrs. Graham. It was an awkward moment, and Mr. Satterthwaite was momentarily out of countenance. He did what was, perhaps, the best thing. Attack the situation with simplicity. I have been searching your room, Mrs. Graham. I have found something, a packet of letters, imperfectly burnt. A wave of alarm passed over her face. It was gone in a flash, but it had been there. Letters from Mrs. Annesley to your son. She hesitated for a minute, then said quietly, "That is so. I thought they would be better burnt. For what reason? My son is engaged to be married. These letters, if they had been brought into publicity through the poor girl's suicide, might have caused much pain and trouble. Your son could burn his own letters." She had no answer ready for that. Mr. Satterthwaite pursued his advantage. You found these letters in his room, brought them into your room and burnt them. Why you were afraid? Mrs. Graham, I am not in the habit of being afraid. Mr. Satterthwaite, no, but this was a desperate case. Desperate. Your son might have been in danger of arrest. For murder. Murder. He saw her face go white. He went on quickly. You heard Mrs. Annesley go into your son's room last night. He had told her of his engagement. No. I see he hadn't. He told her then. They quarreled. And that's a lie. They had been so absorbed in their duel of words that they had not heard approaching footsteps. Roger Graham had come up behind them unperceived by either. "It's all right, Mother. Don't worry. Come into my room. Mr. Satterthwaite." Mr. Satterthwaite followed him into his room. Mrs. Graham had turned away and did not attempt to follow them. Roger Graham shut the door. "Listen, Mr. Satterthwaite, you think I killed Mabel? You think I strangled her, here, and took her along and hung her up on that door, later, when everyone was asleep?" Mr. Satterthwaite stared at him. Then he said surprisingly, "No, I do not think so." "Thank God for that. I couldn't have killed Mabel. I loved her. Or didn't I? I don't know. It's a tangle that I can't explain. I'm fond of Madge. I always have been. And she's such a good sort. We suit each other. But Mabel was different. It was, I can't explain it, a sort of enchantment. I was, I think, afraid of her." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. "It was madness, a kind of bewildering ecstasy. But it was impossible. It wouldn't have worked. That sort of thing doesn't last. I know what it means now to have a spell cast over you." "Yes, it must have been like that," said Mr. Satterthwaite thoughtfully. I wanted to get out of it all. I was going to tell Mabel last night, but you didn't." "No, I didn't," said Graham slowly. "I swear to you, Mr. Satterthwaite, that I never saw her after I said good night downstairs." "I believe you," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He got up. It was not Roger Graham who had killed Mabel Annesley. He could have fled from her, but he could not have killed her. He had been afraid of her, afraid of that wild, intangible, fairy-like quality of hers. He had known enchantment and turned his back on it. He had gone for the safe, sensible thing that he had known would work, and had relinquished the intangible dream that might lead him he knew not where. He was a sensible young man, and as such, uninteresting to Mr. Satterthwaite, who was an artist and a connoisseur in life. He left Roger Graham in his room and went downstairs. The drawing room was empty. Mabel's ukulele lay on a stool by the window. He took it up and twanged it absent-mindedly. He knew nothing of the instrument, but his ear told him that it was abominably out of tune. He turned a key experimentally. Doris Coles came into the room. She looked at him reproachfully. "Poor Mabel's Yuki," she said. Her clear condemnation made Mr. Satterthwaite feel obstinate. "Tune it for me," he said, and added, "if you can." "Of course I can," said Doris, wounded at the suggestion of incompetence in any direction. She took it from him, twanged a string, turned a key briskly, and the string snapped. "Well, I never... Oh, I see. But how extraordinary. It's the wrong string, a size too big. It's an A string. How stupid to put that on. Of course it snaps when you try to tune it up. How stupid people are." "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "they are, even when they try to be clever." His tone was so odd that she stared at him. He took the ukulele from her and removed the broken string. He went out of the room holding it in his hand. In the library he found David Keeley. "Here," he said. He held out the string. Keeley took it. "What's this?" "A broken ukulele string." He paused and then went on. "What did you do with the other one?" "The other one?" "The one you strangled her with. You were very clever, weren't you?" It was done very quickly. Just in that moment, we were all laughing and talking in the hall. Mabel came back into this room for her ukulele. You had taken the string off as you fiddled with it just before. You caught her round the throat with it and strangled her. Then you came out and locked the door and joined us. Later, in the dead of night, you came down and disposed of the body by hanging it on the door of her room. And you put another string on the ukulele. But it was the wrong string. That's why you were stupid. There was a pause. But why did you do it? Said Mr. Satterthwaite. In God's name, why? Mr. Keeley laughed, a funny, giggling little laugh that made Mr. Satterthwaite feel rather sick. It was so very simple, he said. That's why. And then nobody ever noticed me. Nobody ever noticed what I was doing. I thought I'd have the laugh of them. And again, he gave that furtive little giggle and looked at Mr. Satterthwaite with mad eyes. Mr. Satterthwaite was glad that at that moment Inspector Winkfield came into the room. It was 24 hours later, on his way to London, that Mr. Satterthwaite awoke from a doze to find a tall, dark man sitting opposite to him in the railway carriage. He was not altogether surprised. My dear Mr. Quinn, yes, I am here, Mr. Satterthwaite said slowly. I can hardly face you. I am ashamed. I failed. Are you sure of that? I did not save her, but you discovered the truth. Yes, that is true. One or other of those young men might have been accused, might even have been found guilty. So, at any rate, I saved a man's life. But she, that strange, enchanting creature. Oh, his voice broke off. Mr. Quinn looked at him. Is death the greatest evil that can happen to anyone? Well, perhaps, no. Mr. Satterthwaite remembered. Madge and Roger Graham. Mabel's face in the moonlight. Its serene, unearthly happiness. No, he admitted. No. Perhaps death is not the greatest evil. Pshaw. He remembered the ruffled blue chiffon of her dress that had seemed to him like the plumage of a bird. A bird with a broken wing. When he looked up, he found himself alone. Mr. Quinn was no longer there. But he had left something behind. On the seat was a roughly carved bird fashioned out of some dim blue stone. It had, possibly, no great artistic merit, but it had something else. It had the vague quality of enchantment. So said Mr. Satterthwaite. And Mr. Satterthwaite was a connoisseur. Chapter 25. Good gracious, child. There was never a sky that color, or a sea either. That's the way I see 'em, said Naomi placidly. Ugh, said the Duchess, inspecting another. This gives me the creeps. It's meant to, said Naomi. You're paying me a compliment without knowing it. It was a queer vorticist study of a prickly pear, just recognizable as such. Gray-green, with slodges of violent color, where the fruit glittered like jewels. A swirling mass of evil, fleshy, festering. Mr. Satterthwaite shuddered and turned his head aside. He found Naomi looking at him and nodding her head in comprehension. I know, she said, but it is beastly. The Duchess cleared her throat. It seems quite easy to be an artist nowadays, she observed witheringly. There's no attempt to copy things. You just shovel on some paint. I don't know what with. Not a brush, I'm sure. Palette knife, interposed Naomi, smiling broadly once more. A good deal at a time, continued the Duchess, in lumps. And there you are. Everyone says how clever. Well, I've no patience with that sort of thing. Give me a nice picture of a dog or a horse. By Edwin Landseer. And why not? Demanded the Duchess. What's wrong with Landseer? Nothing, said Naomi. He's all right. And you're all right. The tops of things are always nice and shiny and smooth. I respect you, Duchess. You've got force. You've met life fair and square, and you've come out on top. But the people who are underneath see the underside of things. And that's interesting in a way. The Duchess stared at her. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, she declared. Mr. Satterthwaite was still examining the sketches. He realized, as the Duchess could not, the perfection of technique behind them. He was startled and delighted. He looked up at the girl. Will you sell me one of these, Miss Carleton Smith? He asked. You can have any one you like for 5 guineas, said the girl indifferently. Mr. Satterthwaite hesitated a minute or two, and then he selected a study of prickly pear and aloe. In the foreground was a vivid blur of yellow mimosa. The scarlet of the aloe flower danced in and out of the picture, and inexorable, mathematically underlying the whole, was the oblong pattern of the prickly pear and the sword motif of the aloe. He made a little bow to the girl. I am very happy to have secured this, and I think I have made a bargain. Some day, Miss Carleton Smith, I shall be able to sell this sketch at a very good profit, if I want to. The girl leant forward to see which one he had taken. He saw a new look come into her eyes. For the first time, she was really aware of his existence, and there was respect in the quick glance she gave him. You have chosen the best, she said. I am glad. Well, I suppose you know what you're doing, said the Duchess, and I dare say you're right. I've heard that you are quite a connoisseur. But you can't tell me that all this new stuff is art, because it isn't. Still, we needn't go into that. Now, I'm only going to be here a few days, and I want to see something of the island. You've got a car, I suppose. Naomi. The girl nodded. Excellent, said the Duchess. We'll make a trip somewhere tomorrow. It's only a 2-seater. Nonsense. There's a dickey, I suppose. That will do for Mr. Satterthwaite. A shuddering sigh went through Mr. Satterthwaite. He had observed the Corsican roads that morning. Naomi was regarding him thoughtfully. I'm afraid my car would be no good to you, she said. It's a terribly battered old bus. I bought it second-hand for a mere song. It will just get me up the hills, with coaxing, but I can't take passengers. There's quite a good garage, though, in the town. You can hire a car there. Hire a car? Said the Duchess, scandalized. What an idea. Who's that nice-looking man, rather yellow, who drove up in a 4-seater just before lunch? I expect you mean Mr. Tomlinson. He's a retired Indian judge. That accounts for the yellowness, said the Duchess. I was afraid it might be jaundice. He seems quite a decent sort of man. I shall talk to him. That evening, on coming down to dinner, Mr. Satterthwaite found the Duchess resplendent in black velvet and diamonds, talking earnestly to the owner of the 4-seater car. She beckoned authoritatively. Come here, Mr. Satterthwaite. Mr. Tomlinson is telling me the most interesting things. And what do you think? He is actually going to take us on an expedition tomorrow in his car. Mr. Satterthwaite regarded her with admiration. We must go in to dinner, said the Duchess. Do come and sit at our table, Mr. Tomlinson, and then you can go on with what you were telling me. Quite a decent sort of man, the Duchess pronounced later. With quite a decent sort of car, retorted Mr. Satterthwaite. Naughty, said the Duchess, and gave him a resounding blow on the knuckles with the dingy black fan she always carried. Mr. Satterthwaite winced with pain. Naomi is coming too, said the Duchess. In her car. That girl wants taking out of herself. She's very selfish. Not exactly self-centered, but totally indifferent to everyone and everything. Don't you agree? I don't think that's possible, said Mr. Satterthwaite, slowly. I mean, everyone's interest must go somewhere. There are, of course, the people who revolve round themselves, but I agree with you. She's not one of that kind. She's totally uninterested in herself, and yet she's got a strong character. There must be something. I thought at first it was her art, but it isn't. I've never met anyone so detached from life. That's dangerous. Dangerous. What do you mean? Well, you see, it must mean an obsession of some kind, and obsessions are always dangerous. Satterthwaite, said the Duchess, don't be a fool, and listen to me about tomorrow. Mr. Satterthwaite listened. It was very much his role in life. They started early the following morning, taking their lunch with them. Naomi, who had been 6 months in the island, was to be the pioneer. Mr. Satterthwaite went over to her as she sat waiting to start. You are sure that I can't come with you, he said wistfully. She shook her head. You'll be much more comfortable in the back of the other car. Nicely padded seats and all that. This is a regular old rattle trap. You'd leap in the air going over the bumps. And then, of course, the hills. Naomi laughed. Oh, I only said that to rescue you from the dicky. The Duchess could perfectly well afford to have hired a car. She's the meanest woman in England. All the same, the old thing is rather a sport. And I can't help liking her. Then I could come with you after all, said Mr. Satterthwaite eagerly. She looked at him curiously. Why are you so anxious to come with me? Can you ask? Mr. Satterthwaite made his funny, old-fashioned bow. She smiled, but shook her head. That isn't the reason, she said thoughtfully. It's odd. But you can't come with me. Not today. Another day, perhaps, suggested Mr. Satterthwaite politely. Oh, another day. She laughed suddenly, a very queer laugh. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, another day? Well, we'll see. They started. They drove through the town, and then round the long curve of the bay, winding inland to cross a river, and then back to the coast with its hundreds of little sandy coves. And then they began to climb, in and out, round nerve-shattering curves, upwards, ever upwards, on the tortuous, winding road. The blue bay was far below them, and on the other side of it, Ajaccio sparkled in the sun, white, like a fairy city, in and out, with a precipice first one side of them, then the other. Miss Satterthwaite felt slightly giddy. He also felt slightly sick. The road was not very wide, and still they climbed. It was cold now. The wind came to them straight off the snow peaks. Mr. Satterthwaite turned up his coat collar and buttoned it tightly under his chin. It was very cold. Across the water, Ajaccio was still bathed in sunlight. But up here, thick gray clouds came drifting across the face of the sun. Mr. Satterthwaite ceased to admire the view. He yearned for a steam-heated hotel and a comfortable armchair. Ahead of them, Naomi's little two-seater drove steadily forward, up, still up. They were on top of the world now. On either side of in them were lower hills, hills sloping down to valleys. They looked straight across to the snow peaks, and the wind came tearing over them, sharp, like a knife. Suddenly, Naomi's car stopped, and she looked back. "We've arrived," she said, "at the world's end, and I don't think it's an awfully good day for it." They all got out. They had arrived in a tiny village with half a dozen stone cottages. An imposing name was printed in letters a foot high. Koti Chiaviri. Naomi shrugged her shoulders. "That's its official name, but I prefer to call it the World's End." She walked on a few steps, and Mr. Satterthwaite joined her. They were beyond the houses now. The road stopped. As Naomi had said, this was the end, the back of beyond, the beginning of nowhere. Behind them, the white ribbon of the road. In front of them, nothing, only far, far below, the sea. Mr. Satterthwaite drew a deep breath. It's an extraordinary place. One feels that anything might happen here, that one might meet anyone. He stopped, for just in front of them, a man was sitting on a boulder, his face turned to the sea. They had not seen him till this moment, and his appearance had the suddenness of a conjuring trick. He might have sprung from the surrounding landscape. "I wonder," began Mr. Satterthwaite. But at that minute, the stranger turned, and Mr. Satterthwaite saw his face. "Why, Mr. Quinn, how extraordinary!" "Miss Carleton Smith, I want to introduce my friend Mr. Quinn to you. He's the most unusual fellow. You are. You know. You always turn up in the nick of time." He stopped, with the feeling that he had said something awkwardly significant, and yet, for the life of him, he could not think what it was. Naomi had shaken hands with Mr. Quinn in her usual abrupt style. "We're here for a picnic," she said, "and it seems to me we shall be pretty well frozen to the bone." Mr. Satterthwaite shivered. "Perhaps," he said uncertainly, "we shall find a sheltered spot." "Which this isn't," agreed Naomi. "Still, it's worth seeing, isn't it?" "Yes, indeed." Mr. Satterthwaite turned to Mr. Quinn. "Miss Carleton Smith calls this place the World's End. Rather a good name, eh?" Mr. Quinn nodded his head slowly, several times. "Yes, a very suggestive name. I suppose one only comes once in one's life to a place like that. A place where one can't go on any longer." "What do you mean?" asked Naomi sharply. He turned to her. "Well, usually, there's a choice, isn't there? To the right or to the left, forward or back. Here, there's the road behind you and in front of you. Nothing." Naomi stared at him. Suddenly she shivered and began to retrace her steps towards the others. The two men fell in beside her. Mr. Quinn continued to talk, but his tone was now easily conversational. "Is the small car yours?" Miss Carlton Smith? Yes. You drive yourself. One needs, I think, a good deal of nerve to do that round here. The turns are rather appalling. A moment of inattention, a brake that failed to hold, and, over the edge, down, down, down. It would be very easily done. They had now joined the others. Mr. Satterthwaite introduced his friend. He felt a tug at his arm. It was Naomi. She drew him apart from the others. "Who is he?" she demanded fiercely. Mr. Satterthwaite gazed at her in astonishment. "Well, I hardly know. I mean, I have known him for some years now. We have run across each other from time to time. But in the sense of knowing actually," he stopped. These were futilities that he was uttering, and the girl by his side was not listening. She was standing with her head bent down, her hands clenched by her sides. "He knows things," she said. "He knows things. How does he know?" Mr. Satterthwaite had no answer. He could only look at her dumbly, unable to comprehend the storm that shook her. "I'm afraid," she muttered. "Afraid of Mr. Quinn? I'm afraid of his eyes. He sees things." Boom. Something cold and wet fell on Mr. Satterthwaite's cheek. He looked up. "Why, it's snowing," he exclaimed, in great surprise. "A nice day to have chosen for a picnic," said Naomi. She had regained control of herself with an effort. What was to be done? A babble of suggestions broke out. The snow came down thick and fast. Mr. Quinn made a suggestion, and everyone welcomed it. There was a little stone cassekraut at the end of the row of houses. There was a stampede towards it. "You have your provisions," said Mr. Quinn, "and they will probably be able to make you some coffee." It was a tiny place, rather dark, for the one little window did little towards lighting it, but from one end came a grateful glow of warmth. An old Corsican woman was just throwing a handful of branches on the fire. It blazed up, and by its light the newcomers realized that others were before them. 3 people were sitting at the end of a bare wooden table. There was something unreal about the scene to Mr. Satterthwaite's eye. There was something even more unreal about the people. The woman who sat at the end of the table looked like a duchess. That is, she looked more like a popular conception of a duchess. She was the ideal stage grande dame. Her aristocratic head was held high. Her exquisitely dressed hair was of a snowy white. She was dressed in gray, soft draperies that fell about her in artistic folds. One long white hand supported her chin. The other was holding a roll spread with pâté de foie gras. On her right was a man with a very white face, very black hair, and horn-rimmed spectacles. He was marvelously and beautifully dressed. At the moment, his head was thrown back, and his left arm was thrown out, as though he were about to declaim something. On the left of the white-haired lady was a jolly-looking little man with a bald head. After the first glance, nobody looked at him. There was just a moment of uncertainty, and then the Duchess, the authentic Duchess, took charge. "Isn't this storm too dreadful?" she said pleasantly, coming forward and smiling a purposeful and efficient smile that she had found very useful when serving on welfare and other committees. "I suppose you've been caught in it, just like we have, but Corsica is a marvelous place. I only arrived this morning." "Yes." The man with the black hair got up, and the Duchess, with a gracious smile, slipped into his seat. The white-haired lady spoke. We have been here a week, she said. Mr. Satterthwaite started. Could anyone who had once heard that voice ever forget it? It echoed round the stone room, charged with emotion, with exquisite melancholy. It seemed to him that she had said something wonderful, memorable, full of meaning. She had spoken from her heart. He spoke in a hurried aside to Mr. Tomlinson. The man in spectacles is Mr. Vyse, the producer, you know. The retired Indian judge was looking at Mr. Vyse with a good deal of dislike. What does he produce? He asked. Children. Oh, dear me, no, said Mr. Satterthwaite, shocked by the mere mention of anything so crude in connection with Mr. Vyse. Plays. I think, said Naomi, I'll go out again. It's too hot in here. Her voice, strong and harsh, made Mr. Satterthwaite jump. She made almost blindly, as it seemed, for the door, brushing Mr. Tomlinson aside. But in the doorway itself, she came face to face with Mr. Quinn, and he barred her way. Go back and sit down, he said. His voice was authoritative. To Mr. Satterthwaite's surprise, the girl hesitated a minute and then obeyed. She sat down at the foot of the table, as far from the others as possible. Mr. Satterthwaite bustled forward and buttonholed the producer. You may not remember me, he began. My name is Satterthwaite. Of course. A long, bony hand shot out and enveloped the others in a painful grip. My dear man, fancy meeting you here. You know Miss Nunn, of course. Mr. Satterthwaite jumped. No wonder that voice had been familiar. Thousands, all over England, had thrilled to those wonderful emotion-laden tones. Rosina Nunn, England's greatest emotional actress. Mr. Satterthwaite, too, had lain under her spell. No one like her for interpreting a part, for bringing out the finer shades of meaning. He had thought of her, always, as an intellectual actress, one who comprehended and got inside the soul of her part. He might be excused for not recognizing her. Rosina Nunn was volatile in her tastes. For 25 years of her life, she had been a blonde. After a tour in the States, she had returned with the locks of the raven, and she had taken up tragedy in earnest. This French marquise effect was her latest whim. Oh, by the way, Mr. Judd, Miss Nunn's husband, said Vyse, carelessly introducing the man with the bald head. Rosina Nunn had had several husbands. Mr. Satterthwaite knew. Mr. Judd was evidently the latest. Mr. Judd was busily unwrapping packages from a hamper at his side. He addressed his wife. Some more pâté, dearest. That last wasn't as thick as you like it. Rosina Nunn surrendered her role to him. As she murmured simply, Henry thinks of the most enchanting meals. I always leave the commissariat to him. Feed the brute, said Mr. Judd, and laughed. He patted his wife on the shoulder. Treats her just as though she were a dog, murmured the melancholy voice of Mr. Vyse in Mr. Satterthwaite's ear. Cuts up her food for her. Odd creatures. Women. Mr. Satterthwaite and Mr. Quinn between them unpacked lunch. Hard-boiled eggs, cold ham, and Gruyere cheese were distributed round the table. The Duchess and Miss Nunn appeared to be deep in murmured confidences. Fragments came along in the actress's deep contralto. The bread must be lightly toasted. You understand? Then just a very thin layer of marmalade, rolled up and put in the oven for 1 minute, not more. Simply delicious. That woman lives for food, murmured Mr. Vyse. simply lives for it. She can't think of anything else. I remember in Riders to the Sea, you know, and it's the fine, quiet time I'll be having. I could not get the effect I wanted. At last, I told her to think of peppermint creams. She's very fond of peppermint creams. I got the effect at once, a sort of faraway look that went to your very soul. Mr. Satterthwaite was silent. He was remembering. Mr. Tomlinson, opposite, cleared his throat preparatory to entering into conversation. You produce plays, I hear. Eh? I'm fond of a good play myself. Jim the Penman. Now, that was a play. My God, said Mr. Vyse, and shivered down all the long length of him. A tiny clove of garlic, said Miss Nunn to the Duchess. You tell your cook. It's wonderful. She sighed happily and turned to her husband. Henry, she said plaintively, I've never even seen the caviar. You're as near as nothing to sitting on it, returned Mr. Judd cheerfully. You put it behind you on the chair. Rosina Nunn retrieved it hurriedly and beamed round the table. Henry is too wonderful. I'm so terribly absent-minded. I never know where I've put anything. Like the day you packed your pearls in your sponge bag, said Henry jocosely, and then left it behind at the hotel. My word, I did a bit of wiring and phoning that day. They were insured, said Miss Nunn dreamily. Not like my opal. A spasm of exquisite, heart-rending grief flitted across her face. Several times. When in the company of Mr. Quinn, Mr. Satterthwaite had had the feeling of taking part in a play. The illusion was with him very strongly now. This was a dream. Everyone had his part. The words "my opal" were his own cue. He leant forward. Your opal, Miss Nunn. Have you got the butter? Henry. Thank you. Yes, my opal. It was stolen, you know, and I never got it back. Do tell us, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Well, I was born in October, so it was lucky for me to wear opals. And because of that, I wanted a real beauty. I waited a long time for it. They said it was one of the most perfect ones known. Not very large, about the size of a 2-shilling piece, but oh, the color and the fire. She sighed. Mr. Satterthwaite observed that the Duchess was fidgeting and seemed uncomfortable. But nothing could stop Miss Nunn now. She went on, and the exquisite inflections of her voice made the story sound like some mournful saga of old. It was stolen by a young man called Alec Gerard. He wrote plays. Very good plays, put in Mr. Vyse professionally. Why, I once kept one of his plays for 6 months. Did you produce it? Asked Mr. Tomlinson. Oh, no, said Mr. Vyse, shocked at the idea. But do you know? At one time I actually thought of doing so. It had a wonderful part in it for me, said Miss Nunn. Rachel's Children, it was called, though there wasn't anyone called Rachel in the play. He came to talk to me about it, at the theater. I liked him. He was a nice-looking and very shy. Poor boy, I remember. A beautiful faraway look stole over her face. He bought me some peppermint creams. The opal was lying on the dressing table. He'd been out in Australia, and he knew something about opals. He took it over to the light to look at it. I suppose he must have slipped it into his pocket then. I missed it as soon as he'd gone. There was a to-do. You remember. She turned to Mr. Vyse. Oh, I remember, said Mr. Vyse with a groan. They found the empty case in his rooms, continued the actress. He'd been terribly hard up, but the very next day he was able to pay large sums into his bank. He pretended to account for it by saying that a friend of his had put some money on a horse for him, but he couldn't produce the friend. He said he must have put the case in his pocket by mistake. I think that was a terribly weak thing to say, don't you? He might have thought of something better than that. I had to go and give evidence. There were pictures of me in all the papers. My press agent said it was very good publicity, but I'd much rather have had my opal back. She shook her head sadly. Have some preserved pineapple, said Mr. Judd. Miss Nunn brightened up. Where is it? I gave it to you just now. Miss Nunn looked behind her and in front of her, eyed her gray silk pochette, and then slowly drew up a large purple silk bag that was reposing on the ground beside her. She began to turn the contents out slowly on the table, much to Mr. Satterthwaite's interest. There was a powder puff, a lipstick, a small jewel case, a skein of wool, another powder puff, 2 handkerchiefs, a box of chocolate creams, an enameled paper knife, a mirror, a little dark brown wooden box, 5 letters, a walnut, a small square of mauve crêpe de chine, a piece of ribbon, and the end of a croissant. Last of all came the preserved pineapple. Eureka, murmured Mr. Satterthwaite softly. I beg your pardon. Nothing, said Mr. Satterthwaite hastily. What a charming paper knife. Yes, isn't it? Somebody gave it to me. I can't remember who. That's an Indian box, remarked Mr. Tomlinson. Ingenious little things, aren't they? Somebody gave me that too, said Miss Nunn. I've had it a long time. It used always to stand on my dressing table at the theater. I don't think it's very pretty, though. Do you? The box was of plain dark brown wood. It pushed open from the side. On the top of it were 2 plain flaps of wood that could be turned round and round. Not pretty, perhaps, said Mr. Tomlinson with a chuckle. But I'll bet you've never seen one like it. Mr. Satterthwaite leaned forward. He had an excited feeling. Why did you say it was ingenious? He demanded. Well, isn't it? The judge appealed to Miss Nunn. She looked at him blankly. I suppose I mustn't show them the trick of it, eh? Miss Nunn still looked blank. What trick? Asked Mr. Judd. God bless my soul, don't you know? He looked round the inquiring faces. Fancy that now. May I take the box a minute? Thank you. He pushed it open. Now then, can anyone give me something to put in it? Not too big. Here's a small piece of Gruyere cheese. That will do capitally. I place it inside. Shut the box. He fumbled for a minute or two with his hands. Now see. He opened the box again. It was empty. Well, I never, said Mr. Judd. How do you do it? It's quite simple. Turn the box upside down and move the left-hand flap halfway round, then shut the right-hand flap. Now, to bring our piece of cheese back again, we must reverse that. The right-hand flap halfway round and the left one closed, still keeping the box upside down. And now, hey presto! The box slid open. A gasp went round the table. The cheese was there, but so was something else. A round thing that blinked forth every color of the rainbow. My opal! It was a clarion note. Rosina Nunn stood upright, her hands clasped to her breast. My opal! How did it get there? Henry Judd cleared his throat. I rather think, Rosie, my girl, you must have put it there yourself. Someone got up from the table and blundered out into the air. It was Naomi Carlton Smith. Mr. Quinn followed her. But when? Do you mean? Mr. Satterthwaite watched her while the truth dawned on her. It took over 2 minutes before she got it. You mean last year? At the theater? You know, said Henry apologetically. You do fiddle with things. Rosie, look at you with the caviar today. Miss Nunn was painfully following out her mental processes. I just slipped it in without thinking. And then I suppose I turned the box about and did the thing by accident. But then, at last it came. But then Alec Gerard didn't steal it after all. Oh, a full-throated cry. Poignant, moving. How dreadful. Well, said Mr. Vyse, that can be put right now. Yes, but he's been in prison a year. And then she startled them. She turned, sharp on the Duchess. Who is that girl? That girl who has just gone out. Miss Carlton Smith, said the Duchess, was engaged to Mr. Gerard. She took the thing very hard. Mr. Satterthwaite stole softly away. The snow had stopped. Naomi was sitting on the stone wall. She had a sketchbook in her hand. Some colored crayons were scattered around. Mr. Quinn was standing beside her. She held out the sketchbook to Mr. Satterthwaite. It was a very rough affair, but it had genius. A kaleidoscopic whirl of snowflakes with a figure in the center. Very good, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Mr. Quinn looked up at the sky. The storm is over, he said. The roads will be slippery, but I do not think there will be any accident now. There will be no accident, said Naomi. Her voice was charged with some meaning that Mr. Satterthwaite did not understand. She turned and smiled at him, a sudden, dazzling smile. Mr. Satterthwaite can drive back with me if he likes. He knew then to what length desperation had driven her. Well, said Mr. Quinn, I must bid you goodbye. He moved away. Where is he going? Said Mr. Satterthwaite. Staring after him, back where he came from. I suppose, said Naomi in an odd voice. But there isn't anything there, said Mr. Satterthwaite, for Mr. Quinn was making for that spot on the edge of the cliff where they had first seen him. You know, you said yourself it was the world's end. He handed back the sketchbook. It's very good, he said. A very good likeness, but why did you put him in fancy dress? Her eyes met his for a brief second. I see him like that, said Naomi Carlton Smith. Chapter 26. Oh. It took but a moment for Claude to recover his aplomb. His voice went on. Talking of lives, said Mr. Satterthwaite, and experimenting in them. The Russian nation made one costly experiment. Claude Wickham swung round on him. I know what you are going to say, he cried. Carcanova the immortal, the only Carcanova you saw her dance. 3 times, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Twice in Paris, once in London. I shall not forget it. He spoke in an almost reverent voice. I saw her too, said Claude Wickham. I was 10 years old. An uncle took me. God, I shall never forget it. He threw a piece of bun fiercely into a flower bed. There is a statuette of her in a museum in Berlin, said Mr. Satterthwaite. It is marvelous. That impression of fragility, as though you could break her with a flip of the thumbnail. I have seen her as Columbine, in The Swan, as the dying nymph. He paused, shaking his head. There was genius. It will be long years before such another is born. She was young too, destroyed ignorantly and wantonly in the first days of the Revolution. Fools, madmen, apes, said Claude Wickham. He choked with a mouthful of tea. I studied with Karsenova, said Mrs. Denman. I remember her well. She was wonderful, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Yes, said Mrs. Denman quietly. She was wonderful. Claude Wickham departed, and John Denman drew a deep sigh of relief, at which his wife laughed. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. I know what you think, but in spite of everything, the music that boy writes is music. I suppose it is, said Denman. Oh, undoubtedly. How long it will be? Well, that is different. John Denman looked at him curiously. You mean? I mean that success has come early, and that is dangerous, always dangerous. He looked across at Mr. Quinn. You agree with me? You are always right, said Mr. Quinn. We will come upstairs to my room, said Mrs. Denman. It is pleasant there. She led the way, and they followed her. Mr. Satterthwaite drew a deep breath as he caught sight of the Chinese screen. He looked up to find Mrs. Denman watching him. You are the man who is always right, she said, nodding her head slowly at him. What do you make of my screen? He felt that in some way the words were a challenge to him, and he answered almost haltingly, stumbling over the words a little. Why, it's beautiful. More, it's unique. You're right. Denman had come up behind him. We bought it early in our married life. Got it for about 1/10 of its value. But even then, well, it crippled us for over a year. You remember, Anna? Yes, said Mrs. Denman. I remember. In fact, we'd no business to buy it at all. Not then. Now, of course, it's different. There was some very good lacquer going at Christie's the other day. Just what we need to make this room perfect. All Chinese together. Clear out the other stuff. Would you believe it, Satterthwaite? My wife wouldn't hear of it. I like this room as it is, said Mrs. Denman. There was a curious look on her face. Again, Mr. Satterthwaite felt challenged and defeated. He looked round him, and for the first time, he noticed the absence of all personal touch. There were no photographs, no flowers, no knickknacks. It was not like a woman's room at all. Save for that one incongruous factor of the Chinese screen, it might have been a sample room shown at some big furnishing house. He found her smiling at him. Listen, she said. She bent forward, and for a moment she seemed less English, more definitely foreign. I speak to you, for you will understand. We bought that screen with more than money. With love, for love of it, because it was beautiful and unique. We went without other things we needed and missed. These other Chinese pieces my husband speaks of, those we should buy with money only. We should not pay away anything of ourselves. Her husband laughed. Oh, have it your own way, he said, but with a trace of irritation in his voice. But it's all wrong against this English background. This other stuff. It's good enough of its kind. Genuine solid, no fake about it, but mediocre. Good plain late Hepplewhite. She nodded. Good, solid, genuine English. She murmured softly. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at her. He caught a meaning behind these words. The English room. The flaming beauty of the Chinese screen. No, It was gone again. "I met Miss Stanwell in the lane," he said conversationally. "She tells me she is going to be Pierrette in this show tonight." "Yes," said Denman, "and she's awfully good, too." "She has clumsy feet," said Anna. "Nonsense," said her husband. "All women are alike." Satterthwaite can't bear to hear another woman praised. Molly is a very good-looking girl, and so, of course, every woman has to have their knife into her. "I spoke of dancing," said Anna Denman. She sounded faintly surprised. "She is very pretty." "Yes, but her feet move clumsily. You cannot tell me anything else, because I know about dancing." Mr. Satterthwaite intervened tactfully. "You have two professional dancers coming down. I understand. Yes, for the ballet proper. Prince Oranoff is bringing them down in his car." Sergius Oranoff. The question came from Anna Denman. Her husband turned and looked at her. "You know him." "I used to know him in Russia." Mr. Satterthwaite thought that John Denman looked disturbed. "Will he know you?" "Yes, he will know me." She laughed, a low, almost triumphant laugh. There was nothing of the Dutch doll about her face now. She nodded reassuringly at her husband. "Sergius. So he is bringing down the two dancers. He was always interested in dancing." "I remember." John Denman spoke abruptly, then turned and left the room. Mr. Quinn followed him. Anna Denman crossed to the telephone and asked for a number. She arrested Mr. Satterthwaite with a gesture as he was about to follow the example of the other two men. "Can I speak to Lady Rosheimer?" "Oh, it is you. This is Anna Denman speaking." "Has Prince Oranoff arrived yet?" What, oh, my dear, but how ghastly." She listened for a few moments longer, then replaced the receiver. She turned to Mr. Satterthwaite. "There has been an accident. There would be with Sergius Ivanovitch driving." "Oh, he has not altered in all these years. The girl was not badly hurt, but bruised and shaken. Too much to dance tonight. The man's arm is broken. Sergius Ivanovitch himself is unhurt. The devil looks after his own, perhaps." "And what about tonight's performance?" "Exactly. My friend, something must be done about it." She sat thinking. Presently she looked at him. "I am a bad hostess. Mr. Satterthwaite, I do not entertain you. I assure you that it is not necessary. There's one thing, though, Mrs. Denman, that I would very much like to know." "Yes. How did you come across Mr. Quinn?" "He is often down here," she said slowly. "I think he owns land in this part of the world." "He does. He does. He told me so this afternoon," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "He is—" She paused. Her eyes met Mr. Satterthwaite's. "I think you know what he is better than I do," she finished. Is it not so?" He was troubled. His neat little soul found her disturbing. He felt that she wished to force him further than he was prepared to go, that she wanted him to put into words that which he was not prepared to admit to himself. "You know," she said, "I think you know most things, Mr. Satterthwaite." Here was incense, yet for once it failed to intoxicate him. He shook his head in unwanted humility. "What can anyone know?" he asked. "So little, so very little." She nodded in assent. Presently, she spoke again, in a queer, brooding voice, without looking at him. "Supposing I were to tell you something, you would not laugh. No, I do not think you would laugh. Supposing, then, that to carry on She paused. "One's trade, one's profession, One were to make use of a fantasy. One were to pretend to oneself something that did not exist. That one were to imagine a certain person. It is a pretense. You understand, a make-believe. Nothing more. But one day, yes, said Mr. Satterthwaite. He was keenly interested. The fantasy came true. The thing one imagined. The impossible thing. The thing that could not be was real. Is that madness? Tell me. Mr. Satterthwaite, is that madness, or do you believe it too? Queer, how he could not get the words out. How they seemed to stick somewhere at the back of his throat. Folly, said Anna Denman. Folly. She swept out of the room and left Mr. Satterthwaite with his confession of faith unspoken. He came down to dinner to find Mrs. Denman entertaining a guest. A tall, dark man approaching middle age. Prince Oranoff, Mr. Satterthwaite. The two men bowed. Mr. Satterthwaite had the feeling that some conversation had been broken off on his entry which would not be resumed. But there was no sense of strain. The Russian conversed easily and naturally on those objects which were nearest to Mr. Satterthwaite's heart. He was a man of very fine artistic taste, and they soon found that they had many friends in common. John Denman joined them, and the talk became localized. Oranoff expressed regret for the accident. It was not my fault. I like to drive fast. Yes, but I am a good driver. It was fate, chance. He shrugged his shoulders. The masters of all of us. There speaks the Russian in you, Sergius Ivanovitch, said Mrs. Denman, and finds an echo in you, Anna Mikhailovna. He threw back quickly. Mr. Satterthwaite looked from one to the other of the three of them. John Denman, fair, aloof, English, and the other two, dark, thin, strangely alike. Something rose in his mind. What was it? He had it now. The first act of the Walkura. Siegmund and Sieglinde, so alike, and the alien Hunding. Conjectures began to stir in his brain. Was this the meaning of the presence of Mr. Quinn? One thing he believed in firmly, wherever Mr. Quinn showed himself. There lay drama. Was this it here? The old hackneyed three-cornered tragedy. He was vaguely disappointed. He had hoped for better things. What has been arranged, Anna? Asked Denman. The thing will have to be put off, I suppose. I heard you ringing the Roshheimers up. She shook her head. No, there is no need to put it off. But you can't do it without the ballet. You certainly couldn't have a harlequinade without Harlequin and Columbine, agreed Anna Denman dryly. I'm going to be Columbine, John. You? He was astonished, disturbed. Mr. Satterthwaite thought. She nodded composedly. You need not be afraid, John. I shall not disgrace you. You forget. It was my profession once. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, what an extraordinary thing a voice is. The things it says, and the things it leaves unsaid, and means I wish I knew. Well, said John Denman grudgingly, that solves one half of the problem. What about the other? Where will you find Harlequin? I have found him, there. She gestured towards the open doorway where Mr. Quinn had just appeared. He smiled back at her. Good Lord, Quinn, said John Denman, do you know anything of this game? I should never have imagined it. Mr. Quinn is vouched for by an expert, said his wife. Mr. Satterthwaite will answer for him. She smiled at Mr. Satterthwaite, and the little man found himself murmuring, Oh, yes. I answer for Mr. Quinn. Denman turned his attention elsewhere. You know there's to be a fancy dress dance business afterwards. Great nuisance. We'll have to rig you up. Satterthwaite. Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head very decidedly. My years will excuse me. A brilliant idea struck him. A table napkin under his arm. There I am, an elderly waiter who has seen better days. He laughed. An interesting profession, said Mr. Quinn. One sees so much. I've got to put on some fool Pierrot thing, said Denman gloomily. It's cool anyway. That's one thing. What about you? He looked at Oranoff. I have a harlequin costume, said the Russian. His eyes wandered for a minute to his hostess's face. Mr. Satterthwaite wondered if he was mistaken in fancying that there was just a moment of constraint. There might have been three of us, said Denman, with a laugh. I've got an old harlequin costume. My wife made me when we were first married for some show or other. He paused, looking down on his broad shirt front. I don't suppose I could get into it now. No, said his wife. You couldn't get into it now. And again her voice said something more than mere words. She glanced up at this clock. If Molly doesn't turn up soon, we won't wait for her. But at that moment, the girl was announced. She was already wearing her Pierrette dress of white and green, and very charming she looked in it. So Mr. Satterthwaite reflected. She was full of excitement and enthusiasm over the forthcoming performance. I'm getting awfully nervous, though, she announced, as they drank coffee after dinner. I know my voice will wobble, and I shall forget the words. Your voice is very charming, said Anna. I should not worry about it if I were you. Oh, but I do. The other I don't mind about. The dancing. That's sure to go all right. You can't go very far wrong with your feet, can you? She appealed to Anna, but the older woman did not respond. Instead, she said, Sing something now to Mr. Satterthwaite. You will find that he will reassure you. Molly went over to the piano. Her voice rang out, fresh and tuneful, in an old Irish ballad. Sheila, dark Sheila, what is it that you're seeing? What is it that you're seeing in the fire? I see a lad that loves me, and I see a lad that leaves me, and a third lad, a shadow lad, and he's the lad that grieves me. The song went on. At the end, Mr. Satterthwaite nodded vigorous approval. Mrs. Denman is right. Your voice is charming. Not, perhaps, very fully trained, but delightfully natural, and with that unstudied quality of youth in it. That's right, agreed John Denman. You go ahead, Molly, and don't be downed by stage fright. We'd better be getting over to the Roskheimers now. The party separated to don cloaks. It was a glorious night, and they proposed to walk over, the house being only a few hundred yards down the road. Mr. Satterthwaite found himself by his friend. It's an odd thing, he said, but that song made me think of you. A third lad, a shadow lad. There's mystery there. And wherever there's mystery, think of you. Am I so mysterious? Smiled Mr. Quinn. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Do you know, until tonight, I had no idea that you were a professional dancer. Really? Said Mr. Quinn. Listen, said Mr. Satterthwaite. He hummed the love motif from the Walkure. That is what has been ringing in my head all through dinner as I looked at those two. Which two? Prince Oranoff and Mrs. Denman. Don't you see the difference in her tonight? It's as though a shutter had suddenly been opened and you see the glow within. Yes, said Mr. Quinn. Perhaps so. The same old drama, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I am right. Am I not? Those two belong together. They are of the same world, think the same thoughts, dream the same dreams. One sees how it has come about. 10 years ago, Denman must have been very good-looking, young, dashing, a figure of romance, and he saved her life, all quite natural. But now, what is he, after all? A good fellow, prosperous, successful, but well, mediocre, good honest English stuff, very much like that Hepplewhite furniture upstairs. As English and as ordinary as that pretty English girl with her fresh untrained voice. Oh, you may smile, Mr. Quinn, but you cannot deny what I am saying. I deny nothing. In what you see, you are always right. And yet what? Mr. Quinn leaned forward. His dark, melancholy eyes searched for those of Mr. Satterthwaite. Have you learned so little of life? He breathed. He left Mr. Satterthwaite vaguely disquieted, such a prey to meditation that he found the others had started without him, owing to his delay in selecting a scarf for his neck. He went out by the garden and through the same door as in the afternoon. The lane was bathed in moonlight, and even as he stood in the doorway, he saw a couple enlaced in each other's arms. For a moment he thought, and then he saw John Denman and Molly Stanwell. Denman's voice came to him, hoarse and anguished. I can't live without you. What are we to do? Mr. Satterthwaite turned to go back the way he had come, but a hand stayed him. Someone else stood in the doorway beside him, someone else whose eyes had also seen. Mr. Satterthwaite had only to catch one glimpse of her face to know how wildly astray all his conclusions had been. Her anguished hand held him there until those other two had passed up the lane and disappeared from sight. He heard himself speaking to her, saying foolish little things meant to be comforting, and ludicrously inadequate to the agony he had divined. She only spoke once. Please, she said, don't leave me. He found that oddly touching. He was, then, of use to someone. And he went on saying those things that meant nothing at all, but which were somehow better than silence. They went that way to the Rosheimers. Now and then her hand tightened on his shoulder, and he understood that she was glad of his company. She only took it away when they finally came to their destination. She stood very erect, her head held high. Now, she said, I shall dance. Do not be afraid for me. My friend, I shall dance. She left him abruptly. He was seized upon by Lady Rosheimer, much bediamonded and very full of lamentations. By her, he was passed on to Claude Wickham, ruined, completely ruined, the sort of thing that always happens to me. All these country bumpkins think they can dance. I was never even consulted. His voice went on interminably. He had found a sympathetic listener, a man who knew. He gave himself up to an orgy of self-pity. It only ended when the first strains of music began. Mr. Satterthwaite came out of his dreams. He was alert. Once more the critic. Wickham was an unutterable ass, but he could write music, delicate gossamer stuff, intangible as a fairy web. yet with nothing of the pretty about it. The scenery was good. Lady Rosheimer never spared expense when aiding her protégés. A glade of Arcady with lighting effects that gave it the proper atmosphere of unreality. Two figures dancing as they had danced through time immemorial. A slender harlequin flashing spangles in the moonlight with magic wand and masked face. A white Columbine pirouetting like some immortal dream. Mr. Satterthwaite sat up. He had lived through this before. Yes, surely. Now his body was far away from Lady Rosheimer's drawing room. It was in a Berlin museum, at a statuette of an immortal Columbine. Harlequin and Columbine danced on. The wide world was theirs to dance in. Moonlight, and a human figure. Pierrot wandering through the wood, singing to the moon. Pierrot, who has seen Columbine and knows no rest. The immortal two vanish, but Columbine looks back. She has heard the song of a human heart. Pierrot wandering on through the wood. Darkness. His voice dies away in the distance. On the village green, dancing of village girls, Pierrots and Pierrettes. Molly as Pierrette. No dancer. Anna Denman was right there, but a fresh, tuneful voice as she sings her song, Pierrette dancing on the green. A good tune. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded approval. Wickham wasn't above writing a tune when there was a need for it. The majority of the village girls made him shudder, but he realized that Lady Rosheimer was determinedly philanthropical. They press Pierrot to join the dance. He refuses. With white face, he wanders on, the eternal lover seeking his ideal. Evening falls. Harlequin and Columbine. Invisible. Dance, in and out of the unconscious throng. The place is deserted. Only Pierrot, weary, falls asleep on a grassy bank. Harlequin and Columbine dance round him. He wakes and sees Columbine. He woos her in vain, pleads, beseeches. She stands uncertain. Harlequin beckons to her to be gone. But she sees him no longer. She is listening to Pierrot, to his song of love outpoured once more. She falls into his arms, and the curtain comes down. The second act is Pierrot's cottage. Columbine sits on her hearth. She is pale, weary. She listens, for what Pierrot sings to her woos her back to thoughts of him once more. The evening darkens. Thunder is heard. Columbine puts aside her spinning wheel. She is eager, stirred. She listens no longer to Pierrot. It is her own music that is in the air, the music of Harlequin and Columbine. She is awake. She remembers. A crash of thunder. Harlequin stands in the doorway. Pierrot cannot see him, but Columbine springs up with a glad laugh. Children come running, but she pushes them aside. With another crash of thunder, the walls fall, and Columbine dances out into the wild night with Harlequin. Darkness, and through it, the tune that Pierrette has sung. Light comes slowly, the cottage once more. Pierrot and Pierrette, grown old and gray, sit in front of the fire in two armchairs. The music is happy, but subdued. Pierrette nods in her chair. Through the window comes a shaft of moonlight, and with it the motif of Pierrot's long-forgotten song. He stirs in his chair. Faint music. Fairy music. Harlequin and Columbine outside. The door swings open, and Columbine dances in. She leans over the sleeping Pierrot, kisses him on the lips. Crash. A peal of thunder. She is outside again. In the center of the stage is the lighted window, and through it are seen the two figures of Harlequin and Columbine dancing slowly away, growing fainter and fainter. A log falls. Pierrette jumps up angrily, rushes across to the window, and pulls the blind. So it ends. On a sudden discord, Mr. Portman's Satterthwaite sat very still among the applause and vociferations. At last, he got up and made his way outside. He came upon Molly Stanwell, flushed and eager, receiving compliments. He saw John Denman pushing and elbowing his way through the throng, his eyes alight with a new flame. Molly came towards him, but, almost unconsciously, he put her aside. It was not her he was seeking. My wife? Where is she? I think she went out in the garden. It was, however, Mr. Satterthwaite who found her, sitting on a stone seat under a cypress tree. When he came up to her, he did an odd thing. He knelt down and raised her hand to his lips. Ah, she said, you think I danced well? You danced, as you always danced, Madame Carsanova. She drew in her breath sharply. So, you have guessed. There is only one, Carsanova. No one could see you dance and forget. But why? Why? What else is possible? You mean? She had spoken very simply. She was just as simple now. Oh, but you understand. You are of the world, a great dancer. She can have lovers, yes, but a husband, that is different. And he did not want the other. He wanted me to belong to him as Carsanova could never have belonged. I see, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I see. So you gave it up. She nodded. You must have loved him very much, said Mr. Satterthwaite gently, to make such a sacrifice. She laughed. Not quite that. To make it so light-heartedly. Ah, yes, perhaps. You are right. And now? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite. Her face grew grave. Now. She paused, then raised her voice and spoke into the shadows. Is that you, Sergius Ivanovitch? Prince Oranoff came out into the moonlight. He took her hand and smiled at Mr. Satterthwaite without self-consciousness. 10 years ago, I mourned the death of Anna Carsanova, he said simply. She was to me as my other self. Today, I have found her again. We shall part no more. At the end of the lane in 10 minutes, said Anna. I shall not fail you. Oranoff nodded and went off again. The dancer turned to Mr. Satterthwaite. A smile played about her lips. Well, you are not satisfied. My friend, do you know, said Mr. Satterthwaite abruptly, that your husband is looking for you? He saw the tremor that passed over her face, but her voice was steady enough. Yes, she said gravely. That may well be. I saw his eyes. He stopped abruptly. She was still calm. Yes. Perhaps, for an hour's magic, born of past memories, of music, of moonlight. That is all. Then there is nothing that I can say. He felt old, dispirited. For 10 years, I have lived with the man I love, said Anna Carsanova. Now I am going to the man who for 10 years has loved me." Mr. Satterthwaite said nothing. He had no arguments left. Besides, it really seemed the simplest solution. Only, somehow, it was not the solution he wanted. He felt her hand on his shoulder. "I know, my friend. I know. But there is no third way. Always one looks for one thing. The lover, the perfect, the eternal lover. It is the music of Harlequin one hears. No lover ever satisfies one, for all lovers are mortal, and Harlequin is only a myth, an invisible presence, unless—" "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "yes, unless his name is Death." Mr. Satterthwaite shivered. She moved away from him, was swallowed up in the shadows. He never knew quite how long he sat on there, but suddenly he started up with the feeling that he had been wasting valuable time. He hurried away, impelled in a certain direction, almost in spite of himself. As he came out into the lane, he had a strange feeling of unreality, magic and moonlight, and two figures coming towards him. Oranoff, in his harlequin dress. So he thought at first. Then, as they passed him, he knew his mistake. That lithe, swaying figure belonged to one person only, Mr. Quinn. They went on down the lane, their feet light as though they were treading on air. Mr. Quinn turned his head and looked back, and Mr. Satterthwaite had a shock, for it was not the face of Mr. Quinn as he had ever seen it before. It was the face of a stranger. No, not quite a stranger. Ah, he had it now. It was the face of John Denman, as it might have looked before life went too well with him. Eager, adventurous. The face at once of a boy and a lover. Her laugh floated down to him, clear and happy. He looked after them and saw in the distance the lights of a little cottage. He gazed after them like a sat in a dream. He was rudely awakened by a hand that fell on his shoulder, and he was jerked round to face Sergius Oranoff. The man looked white and distracted. "Where is she? Where is she? She promised, and she has not come. Madam has just gone up the lane, alone." It was Mrs. Denman's maid, who spoke from the shadow of the door behind them. She had been waiting with her mistress's wraps. "I was standing here and saw her pass." She added. Mr. Satterthwaite threw one harsh word at her. "Alone, alone. Did you say?" The maid's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, sir. Didn't you see her off?" Mr. Satterthwaite clutched at Oranoff. "Quickly," he muttered. I'm afraid." They hurried down the lane together, the Russian talking in quick, disjointed sentences. "She is a wonderful creature. Ah, how she danced tonight. And that friend of yours, who is he? Ah, but he is wonderful, unique, in the old days, when she danced the Columbine of Rimsky-Korsakov. She never found the perfect Harlequin, Mordoff, Kasnine. None of them were quite perfect. She had her own little fancy. She told me of it once. Always she danced with a dream Harlequin, a man who was not really there. It was Harlequin himself, she said, who came to dance with her. It was that fancy of hers that made her Columbine so wonderful." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. There was only one thought in his head. "Hurry," he said. "We must be in time. Oh, we must be in time." They came round the last corner, came to the deep pit, and to something lying in it that had not been there before. The body of a woman, lying in a wonderful pose, arms flung wide and head thrown back, a dead face and body that were triumphant and beautiful in the moonlight. Words came back to Mr. Satterthwaite dimly. Mr. Quinn's words, wonderful things on a rubbish heap. He understood them now. Oranoff was murmuring broken phrases. The tears were streaming down his face. I loved her. Always, I loved her. He used almost the same words that had occurred to Mr. Satterthwaite earlier in the day. We were of the same world, she and I. We had the same thoughts, the same dreams. I would have loved her always. How do you know? The Russian stared at him, at the fretful peevishness of the tone. How do you know? Went on Mr. Satterthwaite. It is what all lovers think, what all lovers say. There is only one lover. He turned and almost ran into Mr. Quinn. In an agitated manner, Mr. Satterthwaite caught him by the arm and drew him aside. It was you, he said. It was you who were with her just now. Mr. Quinn waited a minute and then said gently, You can put it that way, if you like. And the maid didn't see you. The maid didn't see me. But I did. Why was that? Perhaps, as a result of the price you have paid, you see things that other people do not. Mr. Satterthwaite looked at him uncomprehendingly for a minute or two. Then he began suddenly to quiver all over like an aspen leaf. What is this place? He whispered. What is this place? I told you earlier today. It is my lane. A lover's lane, murmured Mr. Satterthwaite. And people pass along it. Most people, sooner or later. And at the end of it, what do they find? Mr. Quinn smiled. His voice was very gentle. He pointed at the ruined cottage above them. The house of their dreams, or a rubbish heap, who shall say? Mr. Satterthwaite looked up at him suddenly. A wild rebellion surged over him. He felt cheated, defrauded. But his voice shook. I have never passed down your lane. And do you regret? Mr. Satterthwaite quailed. Mr. Quinn seemed to have loomed to enormous proportions. Mr. Satterthwaite had a vista of something at once menacing and terrifying. Joy, sorrow, despair. And his comfortable little soul shrank back appalled. Do you regret? Mr. Quinn repeated his question. There was something terrible about him. No, Mr. Satterthwaite stammered. No. And then suddenly he rallied. But I see things, he cried. I may have been only a looker-on at life, but I see things that other people do not. You said so yourself, Mr. Quinn. But Mr. Quinn had vanished. Chapter 27. The weapon lay on the floor, a bronze figure about 2 feet high, the base of it stained and wet. Mr. Satterthwaite bent over it curiously. A Venus, he said softly. So he was struck down by Venus. He found food for poetic meditation in the thought. The windows, said the inspector, were all closed and bolted on the inside. He paused significantly. Making an inside job of it, said the chief constable reluctantly. Well, we'll see. The murdered man was dressed in golf clothes, and a bag of golf clubs had been flung untidily across a big leather couch. Just come in from the links, explained the inspector, following the chief constable's glance. At 5:15, that was, had tea brought here by the butler. Later, he rang for his valet to bring him down a pair of soft slippers, as far as we can tell. The valet was the last person to see him alive. Melrose nodded and turned his attention once more to the writing table. A good many of the ornaments had been overturned and broken. Prominent among these was a big, dark enamel clock, which lay on its side in the very center of the table. The inspector cleared his throat. "That's what you might call a piece of luck, sir," he said. "As you see, it stopped at 6:30. That gives us the time of the crime. Very convenient." The colonel was staring at the clock. "As you say," he remarked. "Very convenient." He paused a minute, and then added, "Too damned convenient. I don't like it. Inspector." He looked around at the other two. His eye sought Mr. Quinn's with a look of appeal in it. "Damn it all," he said. "It's too neat. You know what I mean." "Things don't happen like that. You mean," murmured Mr. Quinn, "that clocks don't fall like that." Melrose stared at him for a moment, then back at the clock, which had that pathetic and innocent look familiar to objects which have been suddenly bereft of their dignity. Very carefully, Colonel Melrose replaced it on its legs again. He struck the table a violent blow. The clock rocked, but it did not fall. Melrose repeated the action, and very slowly, with a kind of unwillingness, the clock fell over on its back. "What time was the crime discovered?" demanded Melrose sharply. "Just about 7:00, sir." "Who discovered it?" "The butler." "Fetch him in," said the chief constable. "I'll see him now. Where is Lady Dwighton? By the way—" "Lying down, sir. Her maid says that she's prostrated and can't see anyone." Melrose nodded, and Inspector Curtis went in search of the butler. Mr. Quinn was looking thoughtfully into the fireplace. Mr. Satterthwaite followed his example. He blinked at the smoldering logs for a minute or two, and then something bright lying in the grate caught his eye. He stooped and picked up a little sliver of curved glass. "You wanted me, sir." It was the butler's voice, still quavering and uncertain. Mr. Satterthwaite slipped the fragment of glass into his waistcoat pocket and turned round. The old man was standing in the doorway. "Sit down," said the chief constable kindly. "You're shaking all over. It's been a shock to you, I expect." "It has indeed, sir." "Well, I shan't keep you long. Your master came in just after 5, I believe?" "Yes, sir. He ordered tea to be brought to him here. Afterward, when I came to take it away, he asked for Jennings to be sent to him." "That's his valet." "Sir." "What time was that?" "About 10 minutes past 6. "Sir." "Yes. Well, I sent word to Jennings." "Sir." "And it wasn't till I came in here to shut the windows and draw the curtains at 7:00 that I saw." Melrose cut him short. "Yes, yes, you needn't go into all that. You didn't touch the body or disturb anything, did you?" "Oh, no, indeed. Sir, I went as fast as I could go to the telephone to ring up the police. And then I told Jane, her ladyship's maid, sir, to break the news to her ladyship." "You haven't seen your mistress at all this evening?" Colonel Melrose put the question casually enough, but Mr. Satterthwaite's keen ears caught anxiety behind the words. "Not to speak to, sir. Her ladyship has remained in her own apartments since the tragedy." "Did you see her before?" The question came sharply, and everyone in the room noted the hesitation before the butler replied. I just caught a glimpse of her, sir, descending the staircase." "Did she come in here?" Mr. Satterthwaite held his breath. I think so, sir." "What time was that?" You might have heard a pin drop. Did the old man know? Mr. Satterthwaite wondered. What hung on his answer? It was just upon 6:30. Sir? Colonel Melrose drew a deep breath. That will do. Thank you. Just send Jennings, the valet, to me. Will you? Jennings answered the summons with promptitude. A narrow-faced man with a cat-like tread, something sly and secretive about him. A man, thought Mr. Satterthwaite, who would easily murder his master if he could be sure of not being found out. He listened eagerly to the man's answers to Colonel Melrose's questions, but his story seemed straightforward enough. He had brought his master down some soft hide slippers and removed the brogues. What did you do after that? Jennings? I went back to the steward's room, sir. At what time did you leave your master? It must have been just after 6:15. Sir? Where were you at 6:30, Jennings? In the steward's room. Sir? Colonel Melrose dismissed the man with a nod. He looked across at Curtis inquiringly. Quite correct. Sir, I checked that up. He was in the steward's room from about 6:20 until 7 o'clock. Then that lets him out, said the chief constable, a trifle regretfully. Besides, there's no motive. They looked at each other. There was a tap at the door. Come in, said the colonel. A scared-looking lady's maid appeared. If you please, her ladyship has heard that Colonel Melrose is here, and she would like to see him. Certainly, said Melrose. I'll come at once. Will you show me the way? But a hand pushed the girl aside. A very different figure now stood in the doorway. Laura Dwighton looked like a visitor from another world. She was dressed in a clinging medieval tea gown of dull blue brocade. Her auburn hair was parted in the middle and brought down over her ears, conscious of the fact she had a style of her own. Lady Dwighton had never had her hair cut. It was drawn back into a simple knot on the nape of her neck. Her arms were bare. One of them was outstretched to steady herself against the frame of the doorway. The other hung down by her side, clasping a book. She looks, Mr. Satterthwaite thought, like a Madonna from an early Italian canvas. She stood there, swaying slightly from side to side. Colonel Melrose sprang toward her. I've come to tell you. To tell you. Her voice was low and rich. Mr. Satterthwaite was so entranced with the dramatic value of the scene that he had forgotten its reality. Please, Lady Dwighton. Melrose had an arm round her, supporting her. He took her across the hall into a small anteroom. Its walls hung with faded silk. Quinn and Satterthwaite followed. She sank down on the low settee, her head resting back on a rust-colored cushion. Her eyelids closed. The three men watched her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and sat up. She spoke very quietly. I killed him, she said. That's what I came to tell you. I killed him. There was a moment's agonized silence. Mr. Satterthwaite's heart missed a beat. Lady Dwighton, said Melrose, you've had a great shock. You're unstrung. I don't think you quite know what you're saying. Would she draw back now, while there was yet time? I know perfectly what I'm saying. It was I who shot him. Two of the men in the room gasped. The other made no sound. Laura Dwighton leaned still farther forward. Don't you understand? I came down and shot him. I admit it. The book she had been holding in her hand clattered to the floor. There was a paper cutter in it, a thing shaped like a dagger with a jeweled hilt. Mr. Satterthwaite picked it up mechanically and placed it on the table. As he did so, he thought, "That's a dangerous toy. You could kill a man with that." "Well," Laura Dwighton's voice was impatient. "What are you going to do about it? Arrest me? Take me away?" Colonel Melrose found his voice with difficulty. "What you have told me is very serious. Lady Dwighton, I must ask you to go to your room till I have, made arrangements." She nodded and rose to her feet. She was quite composed now, grave and cold. As she turned toward the door, Mr. Quinn spoke. "What did you do with the revolver, Lady Dwighton?" A flicker of uncertainty passed across her face. I dropped it there on the floor. No, I think I threw it out of the window. Oh, I can't remember now. What does it matter? I hardly knew what I was doing." "It doesn't matter. Does it?" "No," said Mr. Quinn. "I hardly think it matters." She looked at him in perplexity with a shade of something that might have been alarm. Then she flung back her head and went imperiously out of the room. Mr. Satterthwaite hastened after her. She might, he felt, collapse at any minute, but she was already halfway up the staircase, displaying no sign of her earlier weakness. The scared-looking maid was standing at the foot of the stairway, and Mr. Satterthwaite spoke to her authoritatively. "Look after your mistress," he said. "Yes, sir." The girl prepared to ascend after the blue-robed figure. "Oh, please, sir. They don't suspect him, do they?" "Suspect whom, Jennings?" "Sir." "Oh, indeed, sir. He wouldn't hurt a fly." "Jennings, no. Of course not. Go and look after your mistress." "Yes, sir." The girl ran quickly up the staircase. Mr. Satterthwaite returned to the room he had just vacated. Colonel Melrose was saying heavily, "Well, I'm jiggered. There's more in this than meets the eye. It's like those dashed silly things heroines do in many novels." "It's unreal," agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. "It's like something on the stage." Mr. Quinn nodded. "Yes, you admire the drama, do you not? You are a man who appreciates good acting when you see it." Mr. Satterthwaite looked hard at him. In the silence that followed, a far-off sound came to their ears. "Sounds like a shot," said Colonel Melrose. "One of the keepers, I dare say. That's probably what she heard. Perhaps she went down to see. She wouldn't go close or examine the body. She'd leap at once to the conclusion. Mr. de Langlois, sir." It was the old butler who spoke, standing apologetically in the doorway. "Eh," said Melrose. "What's that, Mr. de Langlois is here, sir, and would like to speak to you if he may." Colonel Melrose leaned back in his chair. "Show him in," he said grimly. A moment later, Paul de Langlois stood in the doorway. As Colonel Melrose had hinted, there was something un-English about him. The easy grace of his movements, the dark, handsome face, the eyes set a little too near together. There hung about him the air of the Renaissance. He and Laura Dwighton suggested the same atmosphere. "Good evening, gentlemen," said de Langlois. He made a little theatrical bow. "I don't know what your business may be, Mr. de Langlois," said Colonel Melrose sharply, "but if it is nothing to do with the matter at hand—" De Langlois interrupted him with a laugh. "On the contrary," he said, "it has everything to do with it." "What do you mean?" "I mean," said de Langlois quietly, "that I have come to give myself up for the murder of Sir James Dwighton." You know what you are saying, said Melrose gravely. Perfectly. The young man's eyes were riveted to the table. I don't understand why I give myself up. Call it remorse, call it anything you please. I stabbed him. Right enough. You may be quite sure of that. He nodded toward the table. You've got the weapon there. I see. A very handy little tool. Lady Dwighton unfortunately left it lying around in a book, and I happened to snatch it up. 1 minute, said Colonel Melrose. Am I to understand that you admit stabbing Sir James with this? He held the dagger aloft. Quite right. I stole in through the window, you know. He had his back to me. It was quite easy. I left the same way. Through the window. Through the window, of course. And what time was this? De Langlois hesitated. Let me see. I was talking to the keeper fellow. That was at 6:15. I heard the church tower chime. It must have been, well, say somewhere about 1/2 past. A grim smile came to the colonel's lips. Quite right, young man, he said. 6:30 was the time. Perhaps you've heard that already, but this is altogether a most peculiar murder. Why, so many people confess to it, said Colonel Melrose. They heard the sharp intake of the other's breath. Who else has confessed to it? He asked, in a voice that he vainly strove to render steady. Lady Dwighton. De Langlois threw back his head and laughed in rather a forced manner. Lady Dwighton is apt to be hysterical, he said lightly. I shouldn't pay any attention to what she says if I were you. I don't think I shall, said Melrose. But there's another odd thing about this murder. What's that? Well, said Melrose, Lady Dwighton has confessed to having shot Sir James, and you have confessed to having stabbed him. But luckily for both of you, he wasn't shot or stabbed. You see, his skull was smashed in. My God, cried de Langlois, but a woman couldn't possibly do that. He stopped, biting his lip. Melrose nodded with the ghost of a smile. Often read of it, he volunteered. Never seen it happen. What? Couple of young idiots, each accusing themselves because they thought the other had done it, said Melrose. Now, we've got to begin at the beginning. The valet, cried Mr. Satterthwaite. That girl, just now. I wasn't paying any attention at the time. He paused, striving for coherence. She was afraid of our suspecting him. There must be some motive that he had and which we don't know, but she does. Colonel Melrose frowned. Then he rang the bell. When it was answered, he said, Please ask Lady Dwighton if she will be good enough to come down again. They waited in silence until she came. At sight of de Langlois, she started and stretched out a hand to save herself from falling. Colonel Melrose came quickly to the rescue. It's quite all right. Lady Dwighton, please don't be alarmed. I don't understand. What is Mr. de Langlois doing here? De Langlois came over to her. Laura, why did you do it? Do it. I know. It was for me, because you thought that, after all, it was natural, I suppose. But, oh, you angel. Colonel Melrose cleared his throat. He was a man who disliked emotion and had a horror of anything approaching a scene. If you'll allow me to say so, Lady Dwighton, both you and Mr. de Langlois have had a lucky escape. He had just arrived in his turn to confess to the murder. Oh, it's quite all right. He didn't do it. But what we want to know is the truth. No more shilly-shallying. The butler says you went into the library at 6:30. Is that so? Laura looked at DeLangua. He nodded. The truth, Laura, he said. That is what we want now. She breathed a deep sigh. I will tell you. She sank down on a chair that Mr. Satterthwaite had hurriedly pushed forward. I did come down. I opened the library door, and I saw. She stopped and swallowed. Mr. Satterthwaite leaned forward and patted her hand encouragingly. Yes, he said. Yes. You saw? My husband was lying across the writing table. I saw his head. The blood. Oh! She put her hands to her face. The chief constable leaned forward. Excuse me. Lady Dwighton. You thought Mr. DeLangua had shot him. She nodded. Forgive me, Paul, she pleaded. But you said that I'd shoot him like a dog, said DeLangua grimly. I remember. That was the day I discovered he'd been ill-treating you. The chief constable kept sternly to the matter in hand. Then I am to understand, Lady Dwighton, that you went upstairs again and, said nothing? We needn't go into your reason. You didn't touch the body or go near the writing table. She shuddered. No. No. I ran straight out of the room. I see. And what time was this exactly? Do you know? It was just 6:30 when I got back to my bedroom. Then at, say 6:20, Sir James was already dead. The chief constable looked at the others. That clock, it was faked, eh? We suspected that all along. Nothing easier than to move the hands to whatever time you wished. But they made a mistake to lay it down on its side like that. Well, that seems to narrow it down to the butler or the valet. And I can't believe it's the butler. Tell me, Lady Dwighton, did this man Jennings have any grudge against your husband? Laura lifted her face from her hands. Not exactly a grudge, but, well, James told me only this morning that he'd dismissed him. He'd found him pilfering. Ah, now we're getting at it. Jennings would have been dismissed without a character. A serious matter for him. You said something about a clock, said Laura Dwighton. There's just a chance. If you want to fix the time, James would have been sure to have his little golf watch on him. Mightn't that have been smashed, too, when he fell forward? It's an idea, said the colonel slowly. But I'm afraid, Curtis. The inspector nodded in quick comprehension and left the room. He returned a minute later. On the palm of his hand was a silver watch marked like a golf ball, the kind that are sold for golfers to carry loose in a pocket with balls. Here it is, sir, he said, but I doubt if it will be any good. They're tough, these watches. The colonel took it from him and held it to his ear. It seems to have stopped. Anyway, he observed. He pressed with his thumb, and the lid of the watch flew open. Inside, the glass was cracked across. Ah, he said exultantly. The hand pointed to exactly 6:15. A very good glass of port, Colonel Melrose, said Mr. Quinn. It was 9:30, and the three men had just finished a belated dinner at Colonel Melrose's house. Mr. Satterthwaite was particularly jubilant. I was quite right, he chuckled. You can't deny it. Mr. Quinn, you turned up tonight to save two absurd young people who were both bent on putting their heads into a noose. Did I? Said Mr. Quinn. Surely not. I did nothing at all. As it turned out, it was not necessary, agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. But it might have been. It was touch and go, you know. I shall never forget the moment when Lady Dwighton said, "I killed him." I've never seen anything on the stage half as dramatic. I'm inclined to agree with you, said Mr. Quinn. Wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen outside a novel, declared the Colonel, for perhaps the 20th time that night. Does it? Asked Mr. Quinn. The Colonel stared at him. Damn it, it happened tonight. Mind you, interposed Mr. Satterthwaite, leaning back and sipping his port. Lady Dwighton was magnificent, quite magnificent, but she made one mistake. She shouldn't have leaped to the conclusion that her husband had been shot. In the same way, Delangua was a fool to assume that he had been stabbed just because the dagger happened to be lying on the table in front of us. It was a mere coincidence that Lady Dwighton should have brought it down with her. Was it? Asked Mr. Quinn. Now, if they'd only confined themselves to saying that they'd killed Sir James, without particularizing how, went on Mr. Satterthwaite, what would have been the result? They might have been believed, said Mr. Quinn with an odd smile. The whole thing was exactly like a novel, said the Colonel. That's where they got the idea from, I dare say, said Mr. Quinn. Possibly, agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. Things one has read do come back to one in the oddest way. He looked across at Mr. Quinn. Of course, he said, the clock really looked suspicious from the first. One ought never to forget how easy it is to put the hands of a clock or watch forward or back. Mr. Quinn nodded and repeated the words. Forward, he said, and paused. Or back. There was something encouraging in his voice. His bright, dark eyes were fixed on Mr. Satterthwaite. The hands of the clock were put forward, said Mr. Satterthwaite. We know that. Were they? Asked Mr. Quinn. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at him. Do you mean, he said slowly, that it was the watch which was put back? But that doesn't make sense. It's impossible. Not impossible, murmured Mr. Quinn. Well, absurd. To whose advantage could that be? Only, I suppose, to someone who had an alibi for that time. By gad, cried the Colonel. That's the time young Delangua said he was talking to the keeper. He told us that very particularly, said Mr. Satterthwaite. They looked at each other. They had an uneasy feeling, as of solid ground failing beneath their feet. Facts went spinning round, turning new and unexpected faces. And in the center of the kaleidoscope was the dark, smiling face of Mr. Quinn. But in that case, began Melrose, in that case, Mr. Satterthwaite, nimble-witted, finished his sentence for him. It's all the other way round. A plant just the same, but a plant against the valet. Oh, but it can't be. It's impossible. Why each of them accused themselves of the crime. Yes, said Mr. Quinn. Up till then, you suspected them, didn't you? His voice went on, placid and dreamy, just like something out of a book. You said, Colonel. They got the idea there. It's what the innocent hero and heroine do. Of course it made you think them innocent. There was the force of tradition behind them. Mr. Satterthwaite has been saying all along it was like something on the stage. You were both right. It wasn't real. You've been saying so all along without knowing what you were saying. They'd have told a much better story than that if they'd wanted to be believed. The two men looked at him helplessly. It would be clever, said Mr. Satterthwaite slowly, It would be diabolically clever. And I've thought of something else. The butler said he went in at 7 to shut the windows, so he must have expected them to be open. That's the way DeLongua came in, said Mr. Quinn. He killed Sir James with one blow, and he and she together did what they had to do. He looked at Mr. Satterthwaite, encouraging him to reconstruct the scene. He did so, hesitatingly. They smashed the clock and put it on its side. Yes, they altered the watch and smashed it. Then he went out of the window, and she fastened it after him. But there's one thing I don't see. Why bother with the watch at all? Why not simply put back the hands of the clock? The clock was always a little obvious, said Mr. Quinn. Anyone might have seen through a rather transparent device like that. But surely the watch was too far-fetched. Why? It was pure chance that we ever thought of the watch. Oh, no, said Mr. Quinn. It was the lady's suggestion. Remember. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at him, fascinated. And yet, you know, said Mr. Quinn dreamily, the one person who wouldn't be likely to overlook the watch would be the valet. Valets know better than anyone what their masters carry in their pockets. If he altered the clock, the valet would have altered the watch, too. They don't understand human nature. Those two. They are not like Mr. Satterthwaite. Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. I was all wrong, he murmured humbly. I thought you had come to save them. So I did, said Mr. Quinn. Oh, not those two. The others. Perhaps you didn't notice the lady's maid. She wasn't wearing blue brocade or acting a dramatic part, but she's really a very pretty girl. And I think she loves that man Jennings very much. I think that between you, you'll be able to save her man from getting hanged. We've no proof of any kind, said Colonel Melrose heavily. Mr. Quinn smiled. Mr. Satterthwaite has... Mr. Satterthwaite was astonished. Mr. Quinn went on. You've got a proof that watch wasn't smashed in Sir James's pocket. You can't smash a watch like that without opening the case. Just try it and see. Someone took the watch out and opened it, set back the hands, smashed the glass, and then shut it and put it back. They never noticed that a fragment of glass was missing. Oh, cried Mr. Satterthwaite. His hand flew to his waistcoat pocket. He drew out a fragment of curved glass. It was his moment. With this, said Mr. Satterthwaite importantly, I shall save a man from death.